Welcome. May the peace, grace, and eternal love of God be with you tonight. I am so glad you have paused here again, stepping into this familiar, quiet space to find rest together. This is a peaceful little corner, a safe haven prepared exclusively for your soul after the noise, rush, and exhaustion of the earthly world out there. Tonight, let me accompany you, using the soothing melodies of nature and the steadfast promises of the Creator to lull you to sleep. You are not alone, for God is present right here, embracing you. And now, close your eyes. Slowly, so gently, so slowly and softly. Let your eyelids fall. Another long day has just passed, fading into the distant past, taking with it all the noisy sounds of the stream of life, the rushed loops of time, and the invisible, nameless burdens that have always been waiting to rest upon your shoulders from dawn until this very moment. It is time for this weary body, this restlessly churning mind, and this soul yearning for comfort to truly and completely rest. Allow yourself to stop. You do not need to go anywhere else. There is no longer any urging, no longer any judgmental gaze watching over you, and absolutely no unfinished task has the right to demand your attention right now. Now, shift your attention to your breath. Take a deep breath in, very slowly, drawing the air through your nose. Feel the cool, clear, and pure air gently flowing into your body. That breath of life carries vitality, carries the peace of the night, filling your lungs, expanding every cell that has been tightening with fatigue. Then slowly, patiently, and deliberately breathe out. Imagine you are releasing, pushing out of your body all the tension, every burden, and every anxiety weighing heavily on your mind from the early dawn until this very moment. Breathe in quiet love and breathe out noisy sorrows. Breathe in endless tranquility and breathe out all suppressed pressure. You have done so well, You have made it through a long day with all the effort you could gather, Life out there in the world may be full of chaos, harsh demands, unreachable standards, and endless races with no finish line. But right here, right now, in the quiet and enclosed space of this room, upon this soft bed that supports your entire weight, you are completely safe, No one is asking you to be perfect, No one is forcing you to wear a strong armor or to rush forward, You only need to be present here, in this tranquil moment, and completely let down your guard. Every tangled thought that makes your mind restless, every worry about an uncertain tomorrow, every tormenting regret about the past, gently gather them all up now. Gather them softly, like collecting dry autumn leaves scattered on the grass, and slowly lay them all at the feet of the Lord. He is here, right beside you. His presence is not loud or blindingly frightening, but incredibly real, encompassing, and warmer than anything in this world. His boundless, unconditional, and non-judgmental love is slowly wrapping around you, embracing you like an invisible blanket, soft, thick, and offering absolute shelter from every storm. He is the Good Shepherd, and you are his gentle sheep, weary after a day of wandering, now resting in his green pastures, lying beside his still waters. Tonight, before a sweet, deep, and dreamless sleep fully embraces you, Let us close our eyes together and embark on a profound, quiet journey deep within the mind. A peaceful voyage, completely detached from physical reality, carrying your soul back to the most pristine, tranquil nature, where the Creator's love is radiantly and clearly present in every branch, every blade of grass, and every drop of morning dew. Let your mind drift freely, floating effortlessly like a soft white cloud wandering across a clear autumn sky. That cloud is slowly taking you away from this room, floating over rooftops, gliding over hills, to return to a peaceful garden. It is a sacred garden of grace, where all creation sings praises to the Creator through their very stillness. Here, you are no longer a busy human burdened with endless worldly responsibilities, no longer carrying heavy titles or exhausting expectations. You are simply a humble gardener, living fully in every breath within the tender embrace of God. You belong here, and this place was created to soothe your soul. Imagine right now, deep within your subconscious space, time is turning. The first light of a new day is slowly, timidly dawning on the distant horizon. It is absolutely not the harsh, blinding glare of the midday sun that hurts your eyes. It is a ribbon of pale blue silk, tinged with a fragile and gentle blush of pink. That light is slowly and patiently dissolving the thick, dark velvet curtain of the night. The air in that pristine moment is incredibly pure. It is crystal clear like a giant block of ice, cool and entirely untouched by even a single speck of earthly dust. You are standing there, at the very edge of the garden, drawing a deep breath into your lungs. You open your senses to clearly feel the scent of new beginnings. It is the familiar, sweet, earthy fragrance of damp soil after a long night of sleep. It is the cool, sharp scent of sap, of green leaves lingering in the early mist still clinging to the high branches. That fragrance floods into your body, purifying all cloudy thoughts, washing away all depleted energy, and bringing an ultimate, pure freshness. In this quiet and priceless moment, the whole world seems to have stopped turning. The wheels of time seem to stand still, frozen in peace, just to reserve this silent space for your soul to dwell. You hear no traffic, no blaring sirens, no urging telephone rings. There is only the sound of a very gentle passing breeze and the steady, rhythmic beating of your own heart. From deep within, your soul suddenly swells and overflows with a profound, pure, and boundless gratitude. That gratitude is not forced, but naturally reaches upward like a sunflower always turning toward the warm sun. You are grateful to the Lord because a new day has arrived in your mind, opening up endless opportunities of grace and forgiveness. You are grateful because your breath is still moving rhythmically and steadily in and out of your chest, proving that sacred life is still overflowing in every vein. You are grateful because your whole hands can still work, and your warm heart still holds the full beats of love, forgiveness, and compassion. Your first prayer, rising in this quiet space, is not made of polished, noisy words on your lips. There is no need to search for flowery phrases to please the Most High. That prayer is offered through the most peaceful, still, and sincere beats of your heart. You only need to stand there, be present, and feel. You do not need to speak aloud, for He is always listening and seeing through everything. He sees every tiny, hidden corner of your soul. He hears even the sighs that haven't escaped your lips, and he counts every tear that falls unconsciously. And from his quiet throne on high, he is gently smiling. His smile radiates a forgiving light, pouring down abundant, fresh blessings like sweet spring rain upon your new day, preparing you for a journey filled with perfect peace. Everything is beginning in a very soft, very slow, and incredibly safe way. You are ready to take your first steps into the garden of your soul. After quiet gratitude has poured forth and filled every empty, barren corner of your mind, you slowly begin to move. Your body now carries a strange weightlessness, like an invisible autumn breeze gliding through space, no longer bound by the gravity of earthly responsibilities. You step forward and stop at the boundary of the garden. Before your eyes is a wooden gate. It is not a solid, cold, towering iron gate adorned with sharp, defensive spikes. It is simply an old, low oak gate, deeply bearing the marks of time. It stands there quietly and gently, like a wise, aged guardian, patiently awaiting your return. Take a long moment to admire that gate in your mind. Look deeply into the wood grains that carry the wrinkles of the years. The wooden surface is no longer smooth and glossy. It has become rough and faded from the passing seasons of wind and mist, the endless rains, and the harsh suns of nature. Yet, that very aged, rustic quality brings your soul an incredibly familiar, solid, and strangely safe feeling. It does not demand that you wear perfection or a fake polish to pass through. It accepts imperfection, just like how the love of God always opens its arms to receive you, no matter how many scars from your falls you may carry. You take a deep breath and slowly, very slowly, you raise your right arm. Your movement now is soft and leisurely, as if you are moving through a warm stream of water. You gently place your palm on the rough surface of the wooden gate. The moment your skin touches the textured wood, a cool, primal, and calm current instantly travels through your fingertips, spreads up your arm, and goes straight into your heart. You feel the temperature of nature, sensing the life that once coursed through this tree decades ago. And then, with a very gentle push, without any haste, you slowly open the gate. A small, rustic, and warm creak resonates from the rusted iron hinges. That creaking sound stretches out, stretching out so smoothly. That sound is not grating, nor does it shatter the sacred stillness of the early morning. On the contrary, it acts as an incredibly gentle chime, a sigh of relief from the surrounding space. It opens before your eyes an entirely new world, a vast space of green and life, completely and absolutely detached from all the hustle, calculation, and exhausting noise in the world outside. Behind that gate is an unblemished sanctuary of peace, a little corner of heaven that the Creator has carefully and tenderly gifted to souls in need of a safe haven. You hesitate for a moment at the threshold. Your gaze falls upon the shoes on your feet. Those shoes have accompanied you through so many dusty miles of the earthly world. Those shoes have stepped on the jagged rocks of hardship, have run the exhausting races of survival and endless expectations. Those shoes are the symbol of the armor, the rigid defenses you must wear every day to cope with the outside world. But here, in this garden of grace, you no longer need them. There is no danger waiting for you, no thorns that can hurt you. You slowly bend down, your movements entirely unhurried. You slowly untie each shoelace. The rhythm of untying the laces synchronizes with your breathing. Loosen a loop, breathe in. Pull the lace slack, breathe out. You take off the first shoe. Then another loop, breathe in. Pull the lace slack, breathe out. You take off the second shoe. Along with the act of taking off your shoes and leaving them outside the gate, you are also performing a sacred ritual of letting go deep within your mind. You leave behind all glamorous titles, invisible pressures, proud egos, and hidden traumas. You strip away the heavy armor of defense. You want to step into this holy place in your most truthful, rustic, and pristine state, like a little child returning to its father's house. Now, you are standing on your bare feet. You take a deep breath. Use absolute stillness as your anchor. Then boldly lift a foot and touch the floor of the space inside the gate. Your bare foot slowly descends, touching the dew-drenched grass. The exact moment millions of nerve endings on the soles of your feet make contact with the earth. A gentle, pure electric current of life instantly runs through your entire body. Close your eyes to deeply feel that wonderful contact. Feel the smooth softness of thousands upon thousands of tiny blades of grass leaning, bending to caress and stroke the soles of your feet. Those small yet resilient blades, reaching up from Mother Earth, bring the ultimate coolness of the purest morning dewdrops. Newly crystallized after a long night, that cool sensation is incredibly refreshing. It travels from your heels, slowly spreading along your soles, moving up your toes. Instead, it brings a peaceful awakening, soothing away all the stifling heat, frustration, and residual anger in your emotions. It extinguishes the flames of insecurity, providing the perfect temperature for relaxation. This is the Garden of Grace, an absolutely safe refuge that God has reserved just for your soul after the storms and brokenness of life. Here, everything is nourished, enveloped, and sustained by the invisible hand of unconditional love. Under the soft, silvery light of the rising dawn, you slowly open your eyes, casting a quiet gaze across the vast space. Everywhere is a soothing green, stretching endlessly. Every massive, gnarled ancient tree with its rough bark that has weathered countless seasons. And every tiny, fragile green sprout bravely emerging from a cracked stone. All are vibrantly present. All are miraculous, undeniable testaments to the unceasing life that God has generously and abundantly bestowed upon the world. The giant trees stand there, quiet and majestic. They do not need to try to prove their greatness. Their roots reach deep into the forgiving earth, where darkness embraces them, supplying cool underground water. Their trunks rise straight into the air, spreading their lush branches up to the vast sky like arms, silently and diligently offering praise to the Most High. As you admire that motionless yet vibrant scene, you suddenly realize a profound truth. All things in this universe are glorifying Him through their quiet, exquisite existence, without needing to use any loud words. Life itself is the greatest love song of praise. You begin to walk, step by step, so very slowly. You intentionally slow down every rhythm of your body. You follow the steady and smooth pace of the breath overflowing in your chest. Breathe in, lift one foot, so slowly, suspended in the air. Breathe out. Gently place your foot down on the grass, lightly pressing your heel, then your sole, and finally your toes, and continue. Breathe in. Lift the other foot. Breathe out. Place your foot down. You repeat that rhythm, as steady as a swinging pendulum. All the rush, all the haste, all the need to finish things quickly in the human world is strictly forbidden from entering this garden. Here, you have all the time in the world. Time is no longer an enemy chasing you. It becomes a gentle companion, embracing you in every present moment. With every bare step touching the ground, you deeply and clearly feel the solid, firm, and forgiving nature of the earth beneath. Gentle Mother Earth firmly and fully supports the weight of your body. No matter how heavy you are, no matter how many invisible burdens you carry, the earth contains it all without a single word of complaint, without any rejection. That absolute solidity reminds your mind of the firm, unshakable foundation of faith that He has carefully and patiently placed deep within your soul since before you were born. No matter how fiercely the storms rage outside, no matter how circumstances change, no matter how many ups and downs, betrayals, or losses life brings, God's love, faithfulness, and promises remain. They are as solid, firm, and safe as the very ground supporting your every slow step right now. You can lean on it. You can completely surrender your entire life to that solid foundation without ever fearing a fall. As you venture deeper into the core of the garden, the morning light becomes clearer, and the air begins to change. The delicate scents of nature begin to intertwine, awakening your sense of smell and creating the most wonderful aromatherapy for your mind. It is a symphony of scents that cannot be found anywhere in the artificial world. You take a deep breath. Your chest expands fully. First, you smell the fragrance of jasmine buds that have just bloomed in the night. Their scent is crystal clear, pure, and soothingly intoxicating, brushing past your nose and bringing an ultimate sense of relaxation. Next, drifting in the wind is the sharp, warm scent of pine resin emanating from the ancient coniferous groves in the distance. That scent brings a strong, safe feeling, soothing nerves that are tight as strings. And the foundation of it all is the sweet, earthy smell of damp mud, of decaying leaves patiently decomposing throughout the winter to return nutrients to the soil. All those scents blend together to form the smell of life, the smell of grace, and the smell of freedom. When you fill your lungs with that sacred air, all tormenting anxieties, all meticulous calculations, all fears of not being good enough or successful enough seem to be completely stripped away. They shatter and are left far behind, outside that rustic wooden gate. Your heart right now is like a newly cleaned room. All old, cumbersome furniture has been removed, returning an incredibly airy space, empty of sorrows, making room for absolute, still peace to fill it to the brim. You continue walking on the grass, gliding past dew-covered bushes, gliding past quiet, mossy rocks. You do not need to rush to find anything. There is no map forcing you to follow. There is no destination, no finish line forcing you to strive to reach it. Your journey in this garden, in this very moment, is simply to enjoy, a pure and unconditional enjoyment. You enjoy the vibrant presence of vast nature enveloping you, and above all, you enjoy the invisible yet all-encompassing great love of the Heavenly Father. You do not need to do anything to earn this space. You do not need to prove yourself useful or excellent. You only need to breathe, look, and exist. God's grace is a completely free gift. Just being able to exist under His protection, being given a steady breath by Him, being able to fill your lungs with this peaceful air is already an overwhelmingly great blessing that the world cannot buy at any price. Your mind now slowly drifts into a state of deep, quiet meditation. All the noise of thoughts has died down. The echoing conversations in your head have completely stopped. Worries about tomorrow have vanished like mist in the sunlight. Only the sound of absolute peace echoing in the space of your soul remains. Every step you place on the soft, wet grass is a reaffirmation of the complete surrender of your life and your future into the firm hands of the Creator. You let Him freely guide you, freely carry you through the greenest, calmest, and safest paths of life. And so, you are walking in grace. Every breath is a letting go. Every step is a sinking deep into rest. Every muscle in your body is now loosened to the maximum. Your shoulders droop, relaxed. Your forehead is smooth, without a ripple of thought. Your face exudes an absolute serenity, peaceful and incredibly still. You are sinking deeper, sinking even deeper into an endless state of relaxation, ready to fully receive the comforting touch of nature and eternal love in the coming moments of the night that is slowly falling in your mind. Everything is so peaceful, so quiet, and incredibly safe. You are still drifting endlessly in the infinite and absolutely safe space of the Garden of Grace. After your bare feet have leisurely glided over the soft, wet grass, fully feeling the solidity of Mother Earth, your entire body has now grown accustomed to the quiet, slow rhythm of nature. All the haste of the outside world has truly receded, so far away that it is only a faint memory, lacking the power to touch the borders of your mind anymore. Now, you gently pause your steps. You move slowly, like a film being played back as slowly as possible, so as not to disturb this sacred, quiet atmosphere, and to keep the peace within you undisturbed. Your gentle, clear gaze, no longer burdened by any judgment, slowly narrows its focus. Instead of encompassing the entire vast space of the garden, that gaze is now relaxed, obediently anchoring itself and intently admiring a small branch reaching out to catch the breeze right at eye level. Your attention is entirely drawn to a lush green leaf, solitary yet proud on that branch. Take a very long, very quiet moment just to admire this fragile leaf. The surface of the leaf is smooth, glossy, and covered with a beautiful natural wax layer to protect it from the harsh elements of weather. On that smooth cyan green background, pale green veins run across in an orderly, delicate, and perfect manner. They intertwine, branch out, and converge again, just like a miniature map of life, or blood vessels silently transporting sap to nourish this tiny existence. And right on that soft, smooth surface, at the tip of the leaf curving down slightly due to gravity, a drop of night dew still lingers. That dewdrop lies there, incredibly obedient, mute, and humble. It is sparkling, radiant, and still like a transparent crystal, the purest in the universe, meticulously sculpted by the invisible, powerful hand of the Creator. It bears no artificial color, yet it has the power to attract your entire gaze. That dewdrop is so tiny, so fragile. It sways gently, wobbling incredibly subtly to every breath of nature, to every micro vibration of the early wind. It seems that just a slightly strong gust of wind, a bird's song that is too loud, or the tiniest vibration of the branch would be enough to break that fragile balance, causing the dewdrop to slide off and vanish into the nothingness of the vast earth. And yet, precisely in that fragile, precarious, and brief moment, the dewdrop exudes a flawless, unblemished beauty, an astonishing completeness. The surface tension of the water keeps it in an absolutely round shape, embracing itself perfectly without the need for any protective shell. It does not try to cling desperately to the surface of the leaf, nor does it tense up to resist the earth's gravity. It simply exists there, resting there, following nature, surrendering completely in the embrace of the arrangement the Creator has laid out for it. Its existence, though brief, lasting only from the end of the night until the first ray of sunlight makes it evaporate, is complete and excellently fulfills its mission of beautifying life. Looking very deep into that tiny dewdrop, you suddenly realize a miraculous thing with profoundly deep philosophical meaning. Despite its incredibly modest size, that fragile dewdrop possesses a great ability, the ability to reflect a vast, boundless sky within itself. The scene of the infinite blue canopy, the fluffy white clouds drifting by, the gradually brightening morning sunbeams, and the giant surrounding canopies. Everything is captured, converging and appearing sparklingly, sharply in a drop of water only the size of a fingertip. That small yet extraordinary discovery makes your soul suddenly soften. A choked up emotion, a sacred stillness rises, filling every empty space in your chest. Is that miracle of nature not exactly like how the living God sees and cherishes each of us? Let your mind immerse itself in this reflection. Before this vast, immense, and borderless universe, before the flow of endless time from eternity to eternity, we humans seem so incredibly small and fragile. We are like a morning dewdrop that briefly appears and then vanishes. Our life cycle is so very short. Our physical strengths are so very limited. Yet, deep within the soul of each of us, from the very moment you were conceived in your mother's womb, God tenderly placed the most miraculous ability, the ability to bear His image, the ability to reflect the glorious image, holiness, and immeasurable love of the Creator. Even though there are times amidst the bustling stream of life when you feel so small, weak, invisible, and unnoticed, even though there are times when you look in the mirror and see only flaws, scars of sin, and bitter failures that make you feel insecure and inferior in the eyes of the world, my friend, always remember this unchanging truth. In the eyes of God, you are always the most magnificent creation, a priceless masterpiece redeemed by the blood of Jesus. Like the tiny dewdrop reflecting the great sky, your soul, no matter how fragile, still carries within it the radiant light of heaven, still capable of fully containing the borderless love of the Most High. Let us continue drifting endlessly in that stream of thought. Reflect on how this tiny dewdrop is formed. It is not born from loud thunder echoing across the sky. It is not born from roaring storms or noisy pouring rain that makes people run for shelter. No, the dewdrop silently, quietly condenses throughout the longest, coldest, and darkest night. When all creation closes its eyes in deep slumber, when you let go of all consciousness and know nothing of the world's operation around you, the invisible water vapor suspended in the air quietly finds each other. They gather, embracing each other in the enveloping darkness, so that when dawn wakes, they settle into millions upon millions of incredibly beautiful, radiant drops of grace, watering the entire garden. God's grace upon your life is exactly like that. His love, providence, and tenderness fall upon our lives every day, fully, gently, patiently, and silently like this very morning dew. His protection and blessings are not always flashy, loud, or blindingly bright in earth-shattering miracles for the physical eye to instantly see. Very often, and perhaps almost always, the greatest blessings, the most miraculous arrangements are shaped and prepared by Him in the darkest, loneliest moments of life. When we are sinking in the night of despair, when we think we are abandoned, that is when His invisible hand is diligently weaving and condensing new graces for tomorrow morning. Weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning. Looking at the still dewdrop, you suddenly realize you are gradually letting go of the illusion of self-determination and self-control. How many times in life have we tensed up, tightened every muscle, exhausted every thought, trying to control everything around us? We delude ourselves into thinking we can personally mold our destiny, calculate our future, and protect ourselves and our loved ones from all harm, illness, and loss. We worry, we meticulously calculate, we stress ourselves to the point of insomnia, tossing and turning all night because of a false belief that if we let go, if we stop thinking, everything will instantly collapse into pieces. But right now, right here, look again at that fragile dewdrop. It is not clinging desperately to the leaf. It is not tensing up. It simply leans there, rests there, entrusting its entire existence to the laws of nature, to the will of the Creator. It is completely at ease. Its existence is full of peace because it submits, because it knows it is being upheld. And so it is with you, O soul exhausted by worries. Right now, in the enveloping space of sleep, you do not need to try to control anything anymore. You do not need to try to control your heartbeat. The heart automatically beats to keep you alive. You do not need to try to control your breath. Air automatically flows in and out of your chest. You do not need to try to force your mind not to think. Just let everything happen naturally. If thoughts come, let them drift by like harmless clouds. Do not cling to them. Do not analyze them. Allow yourself to rest. Allow yourself to lean completely on the solid arrangement of God. He is the one who created the stars, the one upholding this entire vast universe. He certainly has more than enough power and love to uphold your small, unsteady life. Now, breathe very steadily, very slowly. Take a very long, still breath, bringing in the purity of the morning dew, and breathe out a very soft, smooth breath, releasing all final control. Let the sacred tenderness of God slowly seep deep into your mind, entering every cell right now. Imagine very realistically, imagine His grace like a pure, cool dewdrop, just softly, gently touching your forehead, furrowed by fatigue. That soothing, pure sensation upon touching your skin instantly spreads outwards. It soothes all the heat of endless thoughts. It irons out the wrinkles of anxiety and calculations deeply etched on your brow. Your forehead now slowly relaxes. It is completely flat, smooth, and incredibly relaxed. That dewdrop of peace does not stop. It continues to dissolve, gliding very slowly, very smoothly down your closed eyelids. These eyes have had to look at too many exhausting, complex, and deceptive things today. The eyes have had to constantly adjust under blinding artificial lights. Now, they are soothed by that refreshing dewdrop, massaging the optic nerves. Your eyes close more gently, more deeply, no longer feeling heavy or strained. The eyeballs are completely still, resting. That gentle soothing continues to overflow down your cheeks, carrying a caressing coolness, and then reaches your jaw joint, which naturally and unconsciously clenches tightly because of the tension and invisible pressures of life pursuing you. Now automatically loosens. You do not need to hold it tight anymore. It drops in a relaxed manner, your lips parting naturally to welcome the peaceful breath. Your entire face now exudes an absolute serenity, just like a still lake, perfectly flat without a ripple on a calm autumn morning. All emotional aches, all scratches in your soul left by the careless, thoughtless words or unprovoked actions of the world, all are being softly bandaged and healed by His boundless love. His grace covers your entire head and neck area, creating a warm and absolutely safe protective layer. Every nerve cell is resting, immersed in immeasurable tenderness. You feel like you are floating in a weightless space. Gravity seems to no longer exist to pull you down. You sink a little deeper into this peace, very slowly, very gently, and very quietly. There is no longer any resistance. You have completely let go. The awareness of the world around you is gradually fading, blurring. Only the cool sensation of the dewdrop of grace remains, along with the embracing, comforting arms of the Creator, slowly guiding you through the door of a deep, dream-filled sleep overflowing with restoration. Sleep well, little soul. You are loved with an eternal love. Everything is still and incredibly peaceful. After a long time that seemed like eternity, when your soul had intently gazed at and fully immersed itself in the silent lesson of the morning dewdrop, you slowly stretch, a very gentle, leisurely stretch, carrying no trace of muscle stiffness. You take a deep breath, you fill your lungs completely, gathering the refreshing, pure vitality of the early morning, and then slowly, smoothly exhale. Your focus now gently leaves the fragile leaf. Your gaze slowly lowers, shifting attention from the radiant canopy above to return to the solid, gentle earth right beneath your feet. You turn your body, continuing your unhurried bare footsteps, unhindered, heading towards the central area of the Garden of Grace. This place is not covered by smooth green grass like the pathways, but is a space dedicated exclusively to nurturing ... Here lie beds of loose ... fertile soil ... resting there in utter stillness and obedience ... The soil's surface has a deep brown ... darkened color because it has been abundantly bathed by the night dewdrops and cool underground springs ... Mother Earth patiently opens up ... silently awaiting the caring ... tender hands of the gardener. You softly pause right in front of a wide soil bed. You stand there for a moment, completely still, releasing the entire weight of your body. And then, through a sequence of incredibly slow, solemn movements, as if performing the most sacred ritual. You slowly lower your center of gravity. Your spine bends slightly forward, your shoulders drooping in complete relaxation. You slowly fold your legs, patiently letting your knees lower, lower, and lower until they touch the gentle earth. The exact moment your two knees make contact with the ground, a wonderfully soft, yielding sensation transmits to your mind. The light, crumbly mulch layer beneath, along with a few remaining sprigs of young grass, creates a perfect natural mattress, causing absolutely no roughness or pain. That contact brings an unusually solid feeling, as if Mother Earth is opening her arms, ready to support your entire weight. You are still kneeling there, keeping your breath very steady. Breathe in and breathe out. You are not in any rush. You are not hesitating. You slowly extend both arms forward. Your bare hands, wearing no protective gloves, slowly open their fingers. And then you gently turn your palms down, allowing your 10 fingertips to directly plunge deep into the rich, muddy soil. Oh, close your eyes and fully feel that wonderful moment. The moment your fingers break the surface of the soil bed, sliding through the soft, damp earth. A cool, primal, and pure sensation instantly envelops your entire sense of touch. The earth is not lifelessly cold, but it carries a gentle coolness, the coolness of life sleeping underneath. The tiny, loose soil particles break apart, rubbing against the skin between your fingers, providing an incredibly relaxing natural massage. The mulch layer embraces your hands, wrapping them just like a warm blanket wraps your body on freezing winter nights. Along with that wonderful tactile sensation, your sense of smell is now also filled by an incredibly distinct, rustic fragrance. It is not an expensive artificial perfume scent, nor is it a soaring, sharp smell. It is the scent of origin, the earthy, sweet smell of decaying roots, of dry leaves that have patiently decomposed throughout the winter to yield nutrients to the soil. It is the smell of minerals, of primal dust particles just bathed by the night showers, still saturated with water. That scent brings a profoundly familiar, safe, and deeply soothing feeling to your veins. It makes you feel as though you were returning to the very place you were born, resting snugly in the comforting embrace of the great Mother Nature. Everything is so close, so peaceful, without any threat whatsoever. In that moment, with your hands soiled by mud, as you kneel and bow before the vastness of the earth, you suddenly realize a profound, quiet humility slowly spreading and taking over your entire mind. The Bible once profoundly reminded humanity, a reminder echoing through countless generations. For dust you are, and to dust you shall return. That word might sound somber at first, but in the quiet space of this grace, it carries absolutely no negative or pessimistic meaning. On the contrary, it is a sacred reminder, an incredibly sweet liberation regarding our true origin. It reminds you that behind the glamorous titles you must try to maintain, behind the splendid clothes used to prove success, behind the proud, rigid shells we must struggle to wear every day to face the outside world, our ultimate nature is still one of utmost rustic simplicity. And the most wonderful, miraculous thing is this: exactly within that ultimate simplicity, from handfuls of dust seemingly lifeless, lowly, and tiny, God willingly bent down. He did not use distant power to command, but he personally used his mighty hands, full of immeasurable love, to mold us. Then, with boundless affection, he placed his lips and breathed the sacred breath of eternal life into that lump of clay. Touching the earth is touching the starting point of your own self. Touching the earth is touching God's fingerprint still lingering on his creation. Upon realizing that truth, the pride of the ego, the self of boasting, the false self-esteem seemed to all vanish, evaporating like water drops on a hot stone. They give way to a deep, absolutely hollow feeling of peace. You suddenly understand that you no longer need to strain to prove your value to anyone in this world. You do not need to exhaustingly chase after the standards of the world, because your greatest, most magnificent value does not lie in what you accomplish, but in who you are. You are an exquisite creation, molded from mud, infused with the breath of God, and cradled in his arms. This humility does not diminish you, but it frees you from all pressure, lifting you to realms of ultimate serenity. With your hands soiled by mud, you suddenly realize you are being freed from an invisible burden that your mind has long tied itself to, the illusion of self-determination. Living in a modern world, we are constantly indoctrinated that we can control all the variables of life. We plan meticulously for every minute. We ponder and weigh every decision. We fear risks and always try to manually manipulate all outcomes to achieve an illusory safety. When something goes wrong, we blame ourselves. When tomorrow is foggy, we stay awake all night drawing up the worst scenarios. The illusion that we are the powerful directors of our lives has drained our strength, leaving the mind without a single moment of rest. But now, kneeling before this earth, you finally understand a liberating truth. Mother Earth exposes the finiteness of humanity. A farmer, no matter how skilled, no matter how carefully he plows, can only sow the seed into the ground. He cannot pull the sprout up himself. He cannot command the rain to fall at the right time, nor force the sun to shine on schedule. The process of life, the formation of the outcome, lies entirely outside human control. It rests within the great sovereignty of nature, of the Creator. You do not control this universe, and that is incredibly good news. You are not the one keeping the earth spinning. You are not the one deciding the exact moment a seed sprouts. Therefore, you have the full right to let go. Break that exhausting illusion. Hand over control of the universe to the one who created it. Let your mind rest, shedding that oversized, self-appointed burden. You are merely the sower. Let his grace handle the rest. This letting go is so sweet and soothing, like a cool stream watering your nerves tightened by anxiety. Along with shedding the illusion of control, gentle Mother Earth is also helping you break out of the prison of strict consistency that the modern world always inadvertently imposes on our souls. Out there, society always demands that we maintain flawless performance. You are expected to be as productive today as yesterday, more successful and radiant this month than last. You must always be a strong person, a reliable person, a machine that never tires. We trap ourselves in an endless loop of expectations, where fatigue, weakness, tears, or moments of disillusionment and collapse are absolutely not allowed to exist. We fear being judged as falling behind, fear being left behind if we dare to pause for even a beat, but look deeply into the soil, lying obediently beneath your hands. The earth never tries to tense up to maintain a state of brilliance forever. The earth is not trapped in the prison of consistency. It calmly accepts the seasons. There are spring and summer seasons when Mother Earth displays her fertility, bursting with sap to grow vast forests and grain-heavy fields. But there are also autumn and winter seasons when Mother Earth quietly withdraws, becoming barren and cold, her surface cracking, seeming to harbor no sprout of life. The earth generously embraces both the fresh, green seeds of hope and the withered leaves falling in decay. It silently and patiently transforms decay and death into new nutrients deep within the darkness, waiting for a cycle of resurrection. The earth freely allows change to happen. The earth allows for rest, for temporary fallowness. Here, right in this garden, in the presence of God, you are also allowed to do the same. You are allowed to be imperfect. You are allowed to change. You are allowed to be weak. God's word never imprisons you in the consistency of a machine. He understands that you are a living being with your own seasons. You are allowed to be tired after a long day battling the storms. You are allowed to temporarily stop, step back to breathe. You do not need to imprison your soul in the expectation of flawless strength to please others. God's grace is as vast as this earth, immense and without end. That grace is ready and tender to receive even your brokenness, your mistakes, your tears of disappointment, your broken prayers due to exhaustion. He does not force you to always stand firm. When you fall onto this soft soil, in His stillness, He will silently turn those traumas into a new source of inner strength, a more solid foundation for the days ahead. Do not try to act okay when you are not okay. Just drop all disguises and trusting your tired exterior into the forgiving arms of heaven and earth. Touching the earth, feeling the calm heartbeat of nature, you also learn another incredibly great lesson about patience. Haste, the impatience to see immediate results, is a deep-rooted disease of humanity. We sow a desire today and want to reap success tomorrow. We pray for something and want God to answer instantly. But nature never hurries. Yet everything is ultimately completed perfectly, smoothly, and flawlessly. Reflect on the growth of a tree. Any life always needs a long, drawn-out period to root deep into the dark, cold earth. It must wrestle with the rocks. It must seek underground water and silence. It must build a solid, invisible root foundation before it has the strength to stretch out of the ground to catch the sunlight. No wise gardener sows a seed today, only to impatiently dig up the soil tomorrow to force the plant to grow faster. Doing so only kills that tender sprout. The blessings in your life, the answers to your current dead ends, work exactly like the operation of nature. There are prayers of yours that seem to fall into absolute silence, echoing into the void. There are righteous dreams and desires that seem to be buried forever under the despairing and cold soil of time. You feel forgotten. But dear friend, close your eyes and feel the warmth from the earth. The seed is still growing. Life is still silently operating beneath the dark ground in a miraculous way that the naked eye cannot see. The restoration of your soul, the miraculous exits for your current dead ends and blind alleys, the healing for broken relationships. All are budding, but they need time. They need a quiet environment to form, and they will bloom, bear brilliant fruit in due season within a perfect, flawless plan of God. There is nothing to force. There is nothing to struggle against. There is no need to fear delays. God's timing is always the best timing, not a second early, not a beat late. Your waiting is never meaningless. It is the time for the roots of your faith to go deeper into the soil. Right now, in the absolutely pure space of the garden, Let the lesson of the earth penetrate deep into every fiber, every capillary of your body. Slowly, very slowly, completely relax your tensed shoulders. Feel the weight of fatigue in your two arms. Let that weight flow freely downwards, passing through the fingertips, touching the ground, pulling all tension to fall into the soft mud. The forgiving, great earth opens up like a giant filter, ready to suck in and receive all negative energy, all torment, all fear from your body. The earth will purify them and return to you a light, empty body, a soul as pure as white snow. Breathe in deeply, calmly. Gather the vitality, solidity, and forgiveness of heaven and earth deep into your chest. And breathe out very long, very slowly, patiently, and peacefully. Your mind is now exactly like the soft soil bed under your hands. It has been plowed, cleared of all weeds, bathed in profound spiritual awareness. It is completely ready to receive the seeds of absolute peace, of eternal rest. You no longer need to fight the approaching sleepiness. There is no longer any resistance. There are no longer any calculations or anxieties strong enough to pull you back to reality. There is only the endless, soothing embrace of heaven and earth, the warm embrace of the Creator. You feel your body sinking a little deeper into the soft mattress. The softness of the earth merges with the softness of the bed you are lying on. You sink deep, deeper still, completely letting go of all your joints. You are entering a state of absolute rest, where time stops flowing, and only peace is immortal. Everything is blurring in a smooth, quiet dream. Quiet and incredibly serene. You are still kneeling, incredibly quietly on the gentle earth, fully enjoying the most rustic, primal, and sacred connection with Mother Nature. After letting your two hands get soiled with mud, plunging your 10 fingertips deep into the light, crumbly mulch, and fully feeling the immense containment of Mother Earth, you slowly withdraw your hands. Your movement is incredibly unhurried, carrying not a hint of worldly haste. You pull your hands out of the earth, bringing with them the cool moisture and the earthy scent of life. You softly brush your hands together, the tiny soil particles, having completed their mission of transmitting peaceful energy to you, now slowly fall, fluttering back to the ground, returning to their origin. The sound of the falling dirt particles brushing against each other sounds like a rustle, a very soft, quiet, pleasant rustle, like the sound of fine rain falling on dry leaves. Now, you slowly move your right arm across your chest, then gently lower it to your hip. The movement of your arm is incredibly slow, following the steady, smooth rhythm of breath entering and leaving your chest. Breathe in, the arm moves. Breathe out, the hand touches the hem of your shirt. You place your hand on the pocket of the coarse canvas apron you are wearing. Feel in detail the texture of that fabric. It is rough, rustic, with threads weaving together to form small ridges. That rough sensation brings an absolute reality, anchoring your mind into the present moment. You slowly slip your fingers into the dark and warm space of the pocket. Your fingers touch the bottom of the pocket and begin to search. The sense of touch now becomes incredibly sharp. And then you feel them. the tiny seeds carefully stored there. You gently close your fingers, grasping a pinch of seeds in the palm of your hand. Your movement is full of care, and then slowly, so slowly, so slowly, you withdraw your hand from the pocket, half open the palm of your hand under the soft, silvery light of the dawning morning. You bow your head, narrowing your focus, and gaze at the seeds resting obediently in your palm. They are so small. Some are only the size of a pinhead, others slightly larger but only half the size of a bean. They are dry, hard, and bear dull colors of gray, light brown, or jet black blending together. Their surface is rough, wrinkled, and some even carry tiny thorny shells. At a passing glance with ordinary physical eyes, these seeds seem to bear absolutely no sign of brilliant life. They do not have the softness of petals, the fresh green of leaves, and absolutely no overflowing sap rushing within. Looking at them, they are so quiet, so mute, like pieces of lifeless matter, tiny pebbles that died long ago. Yet you know well that the truth is otherwise. Deep within that rough, tiny, barren, and still shell, the greatest, most powerful miracle of the universe is incubating, a spark of life waiting to be awakened. Inside that tiny, dry shell is a complete, perfect blueprint from the Creator. It contains the information about the colors of the flowers that will bloom in the future, the shapes of the leaves that will stretch out to catch the sun, and even the sweetness of the fruits that will form. Every tiny seed resting in your palm right now is a sure, unshakable promise from nature of a bountiful harvest. It is a powerful, silent testament to life that never yields to death, drought, or decay. It is sleeping, a deep sleep, waiting for the moment of grace to be sown into the earth to bloom. You use the thumb and index finger of your left hand to carefully, meticulously pick up the seeds, one by one. Your movement holds care and reverence, as if you are holding the most precious royal gems, priceless and irreplaceable treasures. You take a deep breath, so slowly. You reach out your right hand, using a small wooden trowel to softly carve a tiny hole, just shallow enough in the loose soil. The soft earth obediently parts to the sides, making way to form a tiny, warm, and dark cradle. And then you move the fingers holding the seed right above that little hole. You pause for a beat. Silence envelops the space. Softly, you relax your two fingers, loosely letting go, and allow the seed to fall freely. Watch the moment the seed falls in your mind. That moment happens very fast in reality, but in this meditative space, it seems to slow down. Slow down. The seed leaves the safety of your hands. It falls through the air, carrying its tiny weight, and finally, it lands. It touches the dark, cold earth, resting snugly at the bottom of the little hole. An extremely subtle sound resonates when it hits the ground, a sound that only a completely still soul can hear. When a seed is sown into that damp, lightless place, it is beginning the greatest journey of its existence. To become a brilliant tree, it must face a massive and radical transition. It must accept leaving safety. It must accept being buried and staying in the darkness of Mother Earth. And the most important, the most sacred thing, it must accept breaking apart. It must surrender its original hard, safe shell. It must endure rotting away, dissolving its old form so that a new, more brilliant, softer. Greater life can stretch up to catch the sunlight. That is a painful surrender, a dying of the old, but it is the prerequisite, the only and unavoidable condition for new life to continue and flourish. The act of letting the seed fall into the earth, letting go so the seed falls into the unknown void of the mulch, is the greatest symbol of a pure act of faith that a human can perform. You are the gardener. You have carefully prepared the soil. You have dedicated yourself to your sowing task. But the moment the seed leaves your hand, you know very well from deep within your soul that true power no longer lies in your hands. You cannot crawl into the earth to pull the sprout up. You cannot command it to bloom. Only God, the creator of the universe, is the only one with the power and wisdom to make that seed sprout, grow, and bear fruit. You sow in hope. You do the human part, but after that, you must step back. You must completely let go and entirely entrust its growth process to the Creator. Germination does not belong to human effort. It belongs entirely to God's grace. Let this philosophy of stillness seep deep into every corner of your life. The lives of each of us, the problems we face, take the exact same form as those tiny seeds. Looking back at your day today, looking back at the past months, are you carrying too many heavy seeds in your heart? Those are the seeds of anxiety about an uncertain future. Those are the endless thoughts, the dead-end calculations that gnaw at you day and night, denying you a good night's sleep. Are you tightly holding on to deep sorrows, the tears silently falling in the empty night due to loneliness? Or the unnamed, bleeding hurts caused inadvertently by others? There are past mistakes you hold tightly, torturing yourself and refusing to forgive yourself. There are unfulfilled expectations, broken plans that leave a deep scratch in your heart. The mass of those negative emotions, of those burdens, is so heavy. Although they are invisible and have no physical weight, they compress and suffocate your soul, making your shoulders sag, making your sleep forever fitful and plagued by nightmares, and making you exhausted when facing every waking morning. You try to fix them yourself. You try to use your own strength to repair everything. You hold them tightly in your hand, afraid to let go due to the illusion that you can control the consequences. But the tighter you grip, the more tired you become, and those seeds of anxiety further harden your soul. But tonight, right in this peaceful, still, and grace-filled moment, you are called to do something else. You are called to become the wise gardener of your own soul. Bravely sow all those things down. Imagine, very vividly in your mind, that you are gathering all your worries, your burdens, your bleeding wounds, your unfinished plans, your debts, your illnesses, and even your sins. All of them are rolled together, transforming into a handful of dry, rough seeds resting in the palm of your hand. Feel their weight. And now, take a deep breath in, very deep, expanding your chest, gathering the energy of peace. And as you slowly, leisurely breathe out, relax your fingers, open your palm. Do not hold on anymore. Do not resist anymore. Let them all fall freely onto the soil of God's boundless grace. Feel the moment they leave your hand. Watch them fall into the dark void of the earth. You are surrendering them completely, holding back not even the tiniest residue. You throw everything into the supreme sovereignty and infinite wisdom of the Heavenly Father. You no longer need to try to fix everything yourself. You no longer need to shoulder alone the consequences that you can never change with human strength. Let the forgiving, great earth embrace your brokenness. Let the darkness of stillness swallow your anxieties. You softly use your hand. Sweep a little soft soil and cover the small hole where the seed was just sown. The action of covering the soil is incredibly gentle. You pat the ground lightly a few times. A soft thud, a soft thud. That act of covering the earth is the closing of a past. You have buried the anxiety. You have hidden your weakness in the treasury of His grace. From this moment on, that seed no longer belongs to you. That burden no longer rests on your shoulders. It belongs to God. He has taken over it. God is a master potter. He is also the greatest gardener of the universe. He has more than enough power, love, and patience to take the most painful, broken pieces in your life, the areas of land that seem the most barren, hopeless, and unsalvageable, to sprout a bountiful harvest of restoration. The tears of suffering you sow today, in His soothing support, will seep into the earth, becoming a stream of water nourishing the very garden of your soul, so that tomorrow or someday in His perfect timing, from the very ground that seemed dead, branches of peace, of ultimate joy, and of unshakable stability will grow. You lose a pain, and you reap supernatural peace. You break apart to be healed and made more whole by Him. Close your eyes tightly. Breathe very slowly, and slowly remind your soul, repeating these sweet affirmations in rhythm with your breath. I have let go. All burdens have been sown. I no longer have to carry them. I have entrusted everything to Him. He is taking care of them. I am completely safe. This darkness is not the end. This darkness is where new life begins. Silence is enveloping you. An astonishing emptiness and relief rushes in to fill the spaces where anxiety just left. Your body reacts to that spiritual relief by completely relaxing. Feel the physical impact of this letting go. When your hands no longer hold the seeds of burdens, your fingers automatically uncurl, limp, resting completely on the mattress. Your arms feel weightless, weary with relaxation. When your shoulders no longer have to shoulder the future, they droop, sinking deeper into the soft blanket. When your chest is no longer compressed by fear, it rises and falls gently, the heart beating softly, leisurely, and steadily like the rhythm of a quiet stream. When your forehead no longer has to calculate, it smooths out, flat and peaceful. You do not need to do anything else. Your only task now is to trust. Trust absolutely, surrender completely, and sink into complete rest so He can silently work in the darkness embracing you tonight. You sow earthly fatigue, and you are reaping the deep rest of heaven. Sleepiness is drawing in like a soft fog, slowly covering all awareness of the surrounding world. Every concept is fading, dissolving into space. You feel yourself drifting, floating, suspended, wandering endlessly into a sea of boundless peace. Everything is blurring. The sounds of the world sink into stillness. You sink deep, and enter a still sleep, free of dreams, free of fear. You are completely surrendered, and you are completely at peace. Sleep, little soul. Everything is handled by his hand. Peace, peace and absolute serenity. While you are still immersed in the serene feeling of letting go, still kneeling by the soft soil bed where the seed of faith has just been sown, time in the garden continues to flow smoothly, invisibly, and soundlessly. The wheel of the universe never stops, but here it turns at a pace so slow, so soothing and smooth that you do not feel any rush or urging whatsoever. The quiet atmosphere of the early morning, inherently covered by a hazy, silvery, and slightly chilly fog, now begins to undergo incredibly subtle and miraculous shifts. That change does not happen abruptly, but slowly spreads, gently awakening all things. Just like how a soothing symphony transitions from deep, low notes to a brighter, warmer melody. The sun, the great sun, carrying the life source of the entire planet, has now risen a little higher above the towering ancient trees in the east. That giant fireball is no longer timidly hiding below the horizon. It begins to stretch out, generously distributing the first rays of a new day. It is absolutely not the glaring, harsh light that scorches everything on a fiery summer noon. Absolutely not. These are the golden, pure rays of dawn, carrying a gentle, elegant warmth full of comforting, nourishing qualities. Those first sunbeams begin their great journey. They pierce through the vast space, part their way through the layers of hazy morning mist that are gradually vanishing, and reach the giant canopy of the garden. From your perspective below, the scene appears like a magnificent visual miracle. The sunlight does not beat straight down to the earth harshly, but must pass through a giant natural filter. That filter is woven by thousands upon thousands of lush green leaves, intertwining to form countless tiers and layers. When the light hits the canopy, it is split, bent, and then gently slips through every tiny gap, every fragile slit between the leaves. As a result, instead of a blinding mass of light, the sun shines down on the garden in hundreds of thousands of shimmering, ethereal long streaks of light. Those light streaks slant across the space, straight and sharp, looking exactly like soft ribbons woven from golden silk dangling, draped down from heaven. Within those glorious, sparkling streaks of light, you can see a microscopic world in motion. Those are tiny dust particles, fragile mushroom spores, or microscopic pollen grains floating and dancing slowly, leisurely, and aimlessly. They float up and down in the light stream, suspended, weightless, without any anxiety about weight or destination. The space is so quiet that you feel as if you can hear the sound of the sunbeams landing on the wet grass, hear the whisper of the light awakening the reaching sprouts. You slowly withdraw your hands, resting them gently on your thighs. Taking a deep breath, you apply a very gentle force in your legs, slowly lifting your body to stand up straight. Your act of standing up takes place in absolute stillness, the spine slowly straightening, each vertebra aligning perfectly, reaching up to the sky. Your bare feet still firmly grip the solid earth. Your roots are still planted deep in Mother Earth. But your upper body is completely free, weightless, and ready to stretch out to receive grace. You turn your body gently, turning your face towards the direction with the most light. You half close your eyes. Your eyelids relax naturally, without a wrinkle of tension, without any squinting or defensiveness. You slowly tilt your face up to the sky, your chin jutting out slightly, expanding your entire chest and face to face the sunlight shining through the canopy. Let yourself fully and bare-heartedly receive that gentle morning ray. The very moment those golden first sunbeams softly touch the skin of your face, a miraculous warmth instantly spreads. That warmth does not just stop at the surface of the skin, but it seems to have the ability to permeate, passing through layers of cells, going deep into the blood vessels, and reaching the very ends of your nerve cells. Direct all your attention, focus your mind on that wonderful warmth, starting with your eyes. Even though your eyes are closed, through the thin eyelids, you can still see a pale orange halo, tinged with a radiant and incredibly warm pinkish red. That light does not blind you. It is like a small, soothing flame warming your vision. The warmth from the sunbeam gently kisses your closed eyes, soothing the ache of the optic nerves that have had to work too hard. It dispels the dark night inside your mind, drives away the tiring images and tangled illusions you inadvertently absorbed into your head throughout the past day. Your eyes under the sunlight automatically sink deeper into their sockets, completely letting go. No longer wanting to open to look at that noisy material world. Next, feel that warmth spreading up to your forehead. Your forehead, the place that constantly frowns because of complex thoughts. The gathering place of calculations, plans, and unnamed anxieties. When the sunbeam touches it, a physical relaxation occurs immediately, like an invisible, incredibly soft and warm hand affectionately caressing, ironing out every wrinkle on your forehead. The tension that has reigned in this area for so long is like a cold, thin layer of ice. Now, meeting the warm light, that ice begins to melt. It melts slowly, slowly, turning into vapor and disappearing into the void. Your forehead relaxes, smooth, flat, and incredibly serene. The brain inside the skull also seems to be warmed. The brain waves automatically slow down, becoming smoother, giving way for stillness to take the throne. The wave of warmth continues to softly caress down your cheeks. It flushes your skin with a natural vitality. It glides over the bridge of your nose, carrying the scent of sunlight, a fragrance impossible to describe in words, but incredibly pleasing to the sense of smell. Then it reaches your lips, softening the tense lines, causing the corners of your mouth to unconsciously curl up into a soft smile. A smile of peace from the bottom of your heart. The warmth drifts down your chin, enveloping your throat. The choked words that haven't been spoken, the grievances or anger suppressed in your throat are now melted by this soothing heat, evaporated, returning to you in absolute clarity and emptiness. Let that warmth continue its healing journey. It spreads down to the nape of your neck, glides along the neck muscles on both sides, and then envelops your entire shoulders. These shoulders have carried too much. These shoulders have had to tense up to withstand the storms of life, have had to endure the weight of expectations from family, society, and yourself. The fatigue accumulated in the neck, shoulders, and nape has frozen into an aching block of ice. But right now, under the gentle, patient heat of the sun, that block of ice can no longer exist. Feel the muscle fibers in your shoulders slowly releasing, turning soft. The stiffness melts away like candle wax meeting fire, flowing into a warm stream sliding down. Your shoulders naturally droop, sinking deeper into the space, heavy but bringing a profoundly relieving sense of liberation. The warmth travels down your arms, passing through the biceps, elbows, forearms. It envelops your wrists, caresses your palms, and finally exits out through your relaxed, hanging fingertips. All numbness, all exhaustion in the arm muscles are washed away by the sunlight. You have no strength left to hold on, and you do not need to hold on to anything anymore. Now, shift your attention to your chest. The radiant golden sunbeam shines straight into your heart, piercing through your clothes, through your flesh, and touching directly the deepest place of your soul. Your chest feels unusually warm. Your heart, the place that hides unhealed wounds, the place that stores secret sorrows, bleeding hurts from broken relationships or harsh words, is now bathed in that brilliant stream of light. The light of nature shines down, carrying an unparalleled healing power. You know, this brilliant yet unglaring sunlight not only serves to warm the physical body, but it also carries a profoundly deep spiritual meaning. It is exactly like the very truth, power, and love of God, slowly illuminating the darkest, dampest corners within your soul. The Bible records a magnificent promise, "But for you who revere my name, the Sun of Righteousness will rise with healing in its rays." He is that Sun of Righteousness. His light brings the most miraculous, perfect, and complete healing in every glorious ray of the sun. When His radiant light covers you, darkness cannot find a single hiding place to exist. Darkness has no physical form. It is simply the absence of light. And when the light of the world steps into your soul, all forms of darkness must automatically retreat. The fogs of fear about an uncertain future, the dark clouds of doubt about self-worth, the insecurities hiding deep in your soul regarding illness, finances, or relationships, all of them are like timid ghosts, instantly stepping back, melting, and vanishing cleanly before the radiant light of love. There are deep traumas in the past that made you unconsciously lock yourself in the dark for too long. You withdrew, built thick defensive walls because you were terrified of opening up to receive love, terrified of being betrayed or hurt once again. You got used to the coldness of isolation, thinking it was the safest way. But, my friend, the light of God does not invade harshly. It does not violently break down the door of your soul to force you to face the pain. No, His love is incredibly tender and patient. It seeps through every microscopic crack of a broken heart, shining warm rays into the most painful places, and begins the healing work in the gentlest, softest way. He does not use that light to shine like a spotlight to expose, mock, or judge your weaknesses, your sins, or your ugliness. He does not condemn you. He only uses His warm light to embrace you, warming the areas of your mind left numb by the cold, indifferent world. When the light of that pure love overflows, you will naturally feel your soul loosen, like a flower bud slowly opening under the morning sun. You no longer have to huddle in defense. You do not need to hide your weakness. You are allowed to be yourself in the most complete and truthful way in this zone of absolute safe light. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. No dark force, no nightmare can extinguish the light he is lighting inside you tonight. That miraculous warmth continues to spread down to your abdomen, soothing the cramping pains caused by nervous tension. It surrounds your digestive system, putting all internal organs into a state of quiet rest and recovery. Then it slowly drifts down your legs. Your thighs warm up. Your knees, which support the entire weight of your body, are massaged by the soothing heat, dispelling all aches. The warmth drifts down your calves, ankles, and finally merges into the earth through the soles of your feet, creating a closed loop of life energy and peace. Your entire body right now is glowing brightly from within. You are like a transparent glass lantern holding inside a brilliant, warm, and incredibly still candle. All boundaries between your body and the surrounding space seem to have been blurred by the light. All pores are opening up, breathing rhythmically with the universe. Just stand there in the boundless silence of the garden and immerse yourself completely in this healing source of light. Do not think, do not analyze, just feel. Use the rhythm of your breath to blend deeper into this experience. Breathe in deeply. Imagine you are breathing in a golden, radiant stream of light, carrying the warmth, purity, and unconditional love of nature. That light stream passes through your nose, floods your chest, fills every cellular space, and illuminates every darkest corner inside your body. Hold your breath for a beat of stillness. Let the light do its healing work, purifying all emotional toxins. And slowly, very slowly, part your lips and breathe out, pushing back every last dreary shadow. Breathe out the anxieties. Breathe out the fears. Breathe out the residue of tension in the form of a faint gray smoke. And the moment that smoke escapes, it is instantly incinerated by the brilliant sunlight, vanishing forever into the void. Continue again. Breathe in life. Breathe in the light of truth and reality. Feel your chest expand fully, your heart beating with free, strong, and peace-filled rhythms. And breathe out surrender, capitulation, complete letting go. Your body deflates, turns soft, sinks deeper into the imaginary grass, sinks deeper into the soft mattress you are lying on. Everything around you, the ancient branches, the brilliant flowers, the dew-soaked grass, and the tiny, profound universe within you, all are simultaneously vibrating in the same frequency of light. They gradually become brilliantly bright, warm, still, and incredibly peaceful. Your mind is now completely empty, an emptiness filled with serenity. You feel yourself floating, light as a morning sunbeam, wandering leisurely in midair, with no physical or psychological weight pulling you back. Just like that, so slowly, so serenely, the light comforts you to take another long step, a very soft step, sliding gradually into a deep, tranquil, and dreamless sleep. There is nothing left to try for, nothing left to prove. In His light, you find the most perfect rest. You are enveloped, warmed, and protected. Sleepiness is tingling and spreading in your veins. All sensation of the body is gradually disappearing, leaving only an endless warmth. You sink deep, plunging into absolute stillness, peace, tranquility, and so very, very calm. Having bathed fully in the gentle warmth and the endless healing energy from the radiant morning sunbeams, you feel your entire body has been completely loosened. The outer shell of tension is truly melted, evaporated, making way for a state of balance, leisure, and absolute stillness to reign within. Now, as your sense of sight has been satisfied and sinks into rest beneath closed eyelids, your sense of hearing begins to become incredibly sharp. Your ears automatically expand, not to be alert to dangers, but to cherish and receive the most delicate, soothing sounds of nature resonating in the sacred space of the garden. In that seemingly absolute stillness, where even the fall of a dry leaf could create a ripple of sound, you suddenly realize you are surrounded by an invisible melody. From a small hidden corner at the back of the garden, concealed beneath lush green fern canopies and wildflower bushes drenched in dew, a slender, crystal clear sound begins to weave its way to you. It is the sound of flowing water. Listen closely. Listen deeply. You hear the babbling water, softly babbling, echoing unceasingly. That sound is absolutely not loud or fierce, like ocean waves roaring against a cliff, nor is it deafening and churning like a giant waterfall. It carries an incredibly steady, cyclical, and smooth rhythm. It is like a whispered, endless lullaby of the earth and sky, an ancient song sung over and over since the dawn of time, solely to comfort your soul that needs soothing right now. That babbling sound, it flows on, repeating patiently, carrying a strange hypnotic power, pulling your mind away from the complex troubles of the world, bringing you back to the purest simplicity. A gentle curiosity and a longing to be cleansed urge you to walk. You slowly open your eyes, turning towards the corner of the garden where the sound is coming from. You lift your bare feet, walking leisurely and slowly. Your feet touch the grass so softly, making absolutely no sound. You are following a tiny trail, paved with flat stones covered in soft moss, following the call of the water. The surrounding space seems to undergo a distinct change as you approach the water source. The air becomes cooler, soothing the dry heat of the morning. The scent of rising water vapor, pure and damp, mixed with the earthy smell of moss, creates a strangely purifying fragrance, blowing into your nose and awakening every olfactory neuron. And there it is, past a small bend of giant ferns. A small, gentle brook appears before your eyes, babbling across the garden. The stream is not too wide, only an arm's span, but it bears a breathtakingly pristine beauty. The stream water is crystal clear, perfectly pure. That clarity is like a mirror reflecting the sky, yet it allows you to see right to the bottom. Beneath the thin, constantly moving layer of water, you can clearly see every tiny pebble of various shapes and colors. Ivory white stones, ash gray, jet black, or those tinged with clouded red, all lying obediently intertwined, leaning against each other in an orderly fashion. The calm water meanders through each stone slab, threading its way through the ancient tree roots protruding above the ground. When the water hits the rocks, it does not create a violent splash, but gently parts, forming tiny whirlpools, tossing up microscopic white foam before instantly rejoining the flow. The stream is singing a song of flowing away, It carries along a few withered yellow leaves that inadvertently fell from the high branches, carrying them drifting aimlessly to a distant, unknown place. The rhythm of the water flows so steadily, never hurrying, never stopping. Gazing at the calm, smooth operation of that stream, your mind naturally drifts along its current, becoming flat, calm, and stripped of any remaining resistance, clinging, or stubbornness. You step close to the water's edge, softly bend down, and slowly squat beside the still stream. An incredibly pleasant, cool sensation brushes your face, dispelling the invisible sultriness. You extend your arms forward, palms facing up like a gesture of pleading and receiving, and then gently, deliberately, submerge both hands into the flowing water. Ah, instantly, a cool, refreshing, and incredibly pure stream of air transmits from your fingertips. That stream is like a soothing electric current, spreading along the veins in your arms, running straight up to your shoulders and entering the central nervous system of your mind. That refreshing feeling makes all the frustration, all the invisible tension smoldering inside you seem to be completely extinguished. The smooth water, formless and shapeless, slips through your fingers, caressing your skin with immense tenderness and affection. It is washing away the muddy stains, the marks of hard labor on your hands after a morning of kneeling to sow seeds. The water embraces the layer of dirt, gently dissolving it, and then mercilessly sweeps it far away, merging into the sea of oblivion, returning your hands to a state as clean, pristine, and pure as they were in the beginning. In the still moment of watching the stream cleanse your hands, your soul suddenly vibrates with a profoundly deep spiritual awakening. Is this cool, crystal clear stream not the most beautiful, authentic symbol of the purification and cleansing of the Holy Spirit? Let your mind ponder this in the stillness of the garden, in the busy, rushed daily life out there, full of temptations and struggles. Our minds and souls, no matter how hard we try to protect them, are also frequently stained by invisible layers of mud. We walk through the world, and the dust of the world clings to us without us noticing. That is, the dust of negative thoughts, of excessive worries about tomorrow. That is, the mud of unprovoked anger, sudden fits of rage that hurt others and tear our own souls apart. Those are harsh judgments, hidden jealousy upon seeing others succeed, or worldly calculations to snatch a petty advantage. As each day passes, after every encounter with society, that layer of grime accumulates, thickening a bit more. They clump together, making our hearts heavy, obscuring the light of peace, and causing the garden of our soul to become parched, withered, and suffocated for lack of a space to be still. How much effort, how many tears, and how much struggle have we spent trying to wash away those psychological layers of mud ourselves? We turn to loud entertainment to forget. We throw ourselves into work like moths to a flame to fill the void. We try to control everything around us to feel safe. But all those efforts are like using a dry cloth to wipe mud off a window. The more you wipe, the smudgier it gets, making the soul even darker and more exhausted. We long to be clean, long to start over, but we are using the wrong water source. But the Word of God once echoed through human history with an incredibly sweet, great promise full of healing power. He spoke to the woman carrying many complexes by Jacob's well in the scorching midday heat, and he is speaking to your very soul that thirsts for cleansing right now. Whoever drinks the water I give them will never thirst. Indeed, The water I give them will become in them a spring of water welling up to eternal life. The water of the world, fleeting fame, money and bank accounts, the recognition of others, or selfish love. Hamanaman. All those things can only quench your thirst for a brief, fleeting moment. And when the intoxication passes, the thirst of loneliness, the thirst of searching for life's meaning will return, clinging to you, becoming ever more scorching, gnawing, and painful. Only His living water, the water of the Holy Spirit, the water of unconditional love that does not care about merit, of the grace that forgives sins completely, has the power to cleanse thoroughly. Only that stream has enough power to wash away every blemish, every impurity, and permanently quench the thirst of your soul, bringing a peace that no fire of the world can consume. Right now, in the quiet moment of the mind, as you sink deep into relaxation on your bed, perform a ritual of spiritual cleansing. Breathe very slowly, very deeply, close your eyes tightly, and with all your rich imagination, allow the cool stream of the Holy Spirit to flow over your entire body and mind. Visualize that crystal clear water, sparkling with sacred light, beginning to pour down from the top of your head. The cool sensation instantly soothes the crown of your head, which is hot from calculations. The water glides over your brain, threading into every fold of the cerebral cortex, washing clean, sweeping away the tangled thoughts, twisted together like a ball of yarn with no way out. All the noisy sounds, all the invisible debates in your head are instantly silenced by the water. Your mind becomes cool, weightless. That water continues to cascade down your face. It flows over your eyes, sweeping away the dry tears of sorrow, washing away the sad images you accidentally absorbed. It passes over your nose, your cheeks. It flows through your throat, washing away the bitter words not yet spoken, the lies, the complaints that hurt others and yourself. It removes all blockages in the larynx, returning to you a clear voice of gratitude. That cool water does not stop. It possesses unparalleled strength, piercing through your chest and continuing to pour deep into your heart. When the water of grace touches the heart, an invisible sizzle sounds. That is when the water extinguishes the blazing fires of resentment, hatred, and jealousy. It smoothly soothes the bleeding wounds from betrayal. It washes away the plaques of apathy, of long-standing bitterness. The stream carries away all those residues, sweeping away all the heavy burdens, all the invisible hurts you have had to brace yourself and endure alone for so long without daring to tell anyone. Let go. Let go completely of all suppression. You do not need to maintain an image right now. If you want to cry, let your tears mingle with that stream. Let those sorrows dissolve into the water, blending together. And now, watch the water flowing away. See your sadness, fear, and anger turn into murky bubbles, being swept far away by the powerful stream of grace, flowing through the bends of the garden, out of sight, out of your body, out of your life, straight into the vast ocean of God's oblivion. He has borne it all, washed away all impurities, and cast them as far from you as the east is from the west. You no longer need to hold on to those piles of mud. You have been made clean. Your soul is now like a newly polished crystal, transparent, radiant, and pure as the first snow of the season with no footprints upon it. Your mind is now flat, crystal clear, and still like a calm lake without a single ripple, lying obediently in the middle of a pristine wild forest. There is no more internal struggle, no more torment of conscience, no more critical voices echoing in your head. Only one sound remains existing in the space right now: the sound of flowing water, babbling, softly babbling, steady, cyclical, and incredibly soothing. That sound is no longer out there. It seems to be flowing right inside your veins. That babbling sound is comforting, lulling every cell, every neuron in your body to sleep. You feel sacredly clean, miraculously renewed, and so very, very relieved. An absolute serenity, a boundless peace is gradually besieging, enveloping the space. The stillness now has become thick, soft as a giant velvet blanket draped over your mind. Everything is prepared. All barriers have been broken down. Your mind is empty, leaving no room for anything but rest. Sleepiness comes as an inevitable consequence of letting go of the burden. Your eyes are heavy. Your breath sinks deep, elongates. You are diving deep into the ocean of the unconscious, preparing to enter a very, very deep sleep. In the fullness and perfection of restorative grace, sleep. All filth has been washed away. You are completely clean and completely at peace. After your soiled hands have been completely cleansed to the cuticles by the sacred, pure stream. And your soul has also shed much of the tormenting worries of the world, carried away by the water. You slowly stand up. Your movement now carries no stiffness or awkwardness whatsoever. Every joint has been lubricated by relaxation. You stand up straight, take a long, deep breath, feeling your chest fill with the cool air, drenched in the moisture of the clear stream. Your bare feet slowly turn, gently finding their way back to the soft, velvet-like grass. You stroll leisurely a short distance away from the stream bank. Heading towards the center of a wide lawn, there, towering and majestic like a guardian deity of the garden, is a giant old oak tree. That oak tree has stood here for centuries, witnessing countless changes of the seasons, yet it has always maintained an unshakable, calm solidity. You approach the base of the oak tree, look up at its canopy. The vast, lush canopy intertwines to form a giant green umbrella, shading a large expanse of space. Its large, rough, gnarled roots emerge from the ground, curling into soft curves like perfect natural armchairs. You choose the quietest, softest spot between two large roots and slowly relax your body, sitting down. Your back leans against the trunk of the old oak. The moment your back touches the rough bark, an incredibly solid, firm sensation transmits straight into your spine. You feel as if you are leaning against a pillar of life, a steadfast support that will never collapse even if the earth shakes. Mother Earth gently supports the lower part of your body, while the ancient trunk firmly embraces your shoulders. All around you now, everything is immersed in a stillness so deep it is sacred. The silence enveloping the space carries no color of sadness, nor the scary loneliness or emptiness of vacant rooms. It is a silence brimming with silently circulating life. It is a priceless void, a luxurious gift that the modern world out there can never bestow upon you. It is a space for your soul to freely converse with itself, and above all, to quietly listen to the soft, gentle voice of the Most High. And then, suddenly, in the very most settled, stillest moment, when even the beating of your heart becomes clearly audible, an invisible movement appears, a gentle, incredibly soft breeze from somewhere at the edge of the world just smoothly glides through the garden. It is absolutely not a fierce tornado bringing destructive storms and fury. Nor is it a bone-chilling north wind that makes all creation cower in fear. It is a caressing, soothing breeze, carrying the sweet breath of spring. Its arrival is incredibly subtle, timid, and full of respect, exactly like a gentle embrace from behind by someone you dearly love. That breeze softly weaves through every canopy, slides over every blade of grass, glides over the green moss mats without breaking any fragile sprout of life. Close your eyes and open all your senses to receive this miraculous visitation. First is hearing. When the breeze glides by, the reaching branches of the old oak tree overhead begin to sway slightly. They yield to the wind gracefully, brushing against each other to create a rustling, softly rustling sound, incredibly pleasing to the ear. That sound resonates in waves, murmuring like the sound of ocean waves lapping the shore from some distant sea. It is like a whispered, murmuring lullaby from all creation, a wordless love song that nature is chorusing to soothe your fatigue. Next is the sense of touch. The breeze glides by, softly caressing your soft hair, playfully weaving through the stray locks on your relaxing forehead. You feel an invisible hand, soft as silk, stroking your face. The breeze glides over the bare skin on your arms, bringing an incredibly refreshing, cool sensation. That coolness soothes away all sultriness, making your pores seem to open wide to breathe, to be purified. And finally, the sense of smell. That breeze never travels alone. It is a diligent postman of nature. It brings the earthy, primal scent of flora, of the newly washed mud by the stream, and the sweet, faint fragrance of tiny wildflowers by the path it just inadvertently brushed past. You take a deep breath, filling your chest, gathering deep inside all the purity, clarity, and coolness that nature is generously offering. Closing your eyes, immersing yourself completely in this cool breeze, a peaceful reflection, imbued with philosophical and spiritual depth, slowly emerges in your mind. You can open your eyes, you can look all around the entire garden, but you will never, ever see the shape, color, or size of the wind. The wind has no physical body. You do not know if it is blue, red, or white. The wind has no physical boundary for mortal eyes to admire or grasp. You absolutely do not know from which direction it comes, having traversed vast distances, across how many mountains, how many oceans to arrive here. And you also cannot know where it will go when it leaves this garden. However, even though you cannot see it with the naked eye, even though you cannot grasp it with your hands, you can feel its true presence incredibly fully. You feel its cooling power, its soothing touch, and its absolute freedom surrounding, embracing your body. Its presence and healing power are an undeniable, irrefutable fact. Is the visitation of that invisible breeze not exactly like the presence and miraculous work of the Holy Spirit in the life of each of us? Let your mind wander in this sacred comparison. In the Bible, Jesus once spoke an incredibly profound sentence to explain the operation of the Spirit. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. The Holy Spirit, the breath of God, is also a quiet, formless being, and never loudly ostentatious. How many times in this life, when you had to walk through the valleys of the shadow of death, amidst moments of extreme loneliness, when it seemed the world had turned its back on you, amidst dead ends that made you want to give up everything, you tried to seek God. You used these physical eyes to look for a visible miracle, to look for an instant solution falling from the sky, or to look for a physical hand reaching out to pull you up. But you cannot see God with the naked eye. You cannot touch Him with trembling physical hands. In those times, when the silence of the sky seemed to become unbearable, the finite and fearful human mind always tempts us to think we are abandoned, that our prayers just fly into the void, that the Creator is too busy running the universe to remember a small human struggling in pain in the earthly realm. We scream in silence, asking, "Where are you when I am hurting the most?" But no, O wounded soul, the truth is entirely the opposite. Just like the breeze smoothly embracing your body right now, His peaceful breath is always there. He has never left, not even for a millisecond. His envelopment, shelter, comfort, and support for your soul through every darkest, winding curve of life is still operating powerfully, just in a way that the flesh cannot grasp. When you are exhausted, falling to your knees on the rocky road, it is His invisible operation that silently provides a supernatural source of strength so you can struggle to stand up and keep walking. When you are sinking in the thick darkness of despair, not knowing what decision to make, it is His quiet, gentle guidance that opens a faint ray of light for you, just enough to find a safe way out. God does not need to appear in roaring thunder and lightning. He does not need to use earth-shattering miracles to prove His great power. He chooses to be present in a soft, quiet whisper in your conscience, in a peace that arises without reason amidst the storm. He is present in a passing breeze that brings supernatural serenity, soothing the deepest wounds, the unnamed pains that no one in the world, even your most loved ones, could fully understand. Now, as you have recognized that invisible, yet true and powerful shelter, let go of all resistance. Stop trying to understand everything with reason. Allow your body, your mind, and your entire soul to completely relax to every smooth rhythm of the sacred breeze. Practice this very slowly, even slower. Follow the breath of nature. Begin to breathe in very slowly. Imagine that you are not just breathing in air, but you are receiving the breath of life, the freshness, the pure power of the Spirit's breeze deep into every cell of your body. Expand your chest gently, letting that invisible breeze pass through your nose, spread down your bronchi, filling every space in your lungs. Let it clean the stagnant air inside you. Let it light up the corners getting moldy from anxiety. Hold your breath in stillness for about 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Feel the soothing fullness, and then slowly, very slowly, part your lips and breathe out. As you exhale, use your consciousness to push away, expel all final worries, all the pettiest sorrows. Breathe out the selfish calculations, the unnecessary concerns, the exhausting comparisons with others that still linger and cling to your mind. Let the night wind sweep all those heavy, dark things far away, forever far away, completely disappearing into the endless void, never having the chance to return to bother you again. You breathe in again, a new breath, deeper, slower than the last. Breathe in calm peace. Breathe in eternal hope for tomorrow. Breathe in the unconditional love of the Creator enveloping you. And breathe out release, surrender, complete capitulation. Following the exhaling air, release all remaining tension in your muscular system. Feel your shoulders drop a little more, completely powerless. Feel your back sink deeper, becoming one with the solid oak bark behind you. Breathe in again, gently, smoothly like a feather gliding through the air, and breathe out. Completely relax your fingers. The fingers resting on your thighs now uncurl, motionless. Relax your toes. There is not a bit of strength left to brace the body. All effort has stopped. Your body is loosening more and more. Loosening, softening, and becoming strangely weightless. The weight of this mass of flesh seems to have been swept away by more than half by the sacred breeze. You no longer feel the heaviness of your limbs. You feel like you are floating, suspended in an endless space of absolute peace. You are like a dry yellow leaf that has just gently fallen from a high branch, unafraid of the free fall, completely entrusting itself to the wind to support, push, and then slowly, smoothly land on a soft velvet grass mat. You are supported by the invisible, powerful hands of the Almighty. Nothing in the physical world can disturb or wake you anymore. The noises of yesterday are frozen. The worries of tomorrow are blurred. The space inside you right now is still, deep, and vast as a bottomless ocean. No storm can stir that flat surface. The rustling sound of the leaves overhead continues to echo, blending with your smooth, steady breathing, creating the most wonderful, effective lullaby that no artificial music can match. The night wind continues to glide by, steadily, comforting, caressing. It is like a gentle mother endlessly rocking a cradle, lulling her little child into a deep sleep. Sleepiness has now become thick. It threads into every vein, making your eyes glue together, unable and unwilling to open for another moment. That breeze is lifting your soul above the tears of earthly fatigue, gently crossing the boundary of consciousness to delve deep into the nurturing embrace of a peaceful sleep in the unconscious. Everything is truly all right. Your mind is now empty, making room for the most beautiful dreams. You are ready to sleep, a sleep without the presence of fear, without the pursuit of nightmares. Only perfect, complete peace flowing endlessly. Stillness, stillness. Everything is fading into the warm, dark night, incredibly smooth and incredibly serene. Sleep. His breath of peace is with you after letting the sacred, caressing breeze of the Holy Spirit sweep away the final fogs of anxiety. And when your soul has been fully bathed in the stillness under the old oak tree, you slowly open your eyes. Your eyelids are now incredibly heavy from relaxation. They open very slowly, just like how a flower bud slowly unfolds its first petals to welcome the new day. There is no rush. You do not need to open your eyes wide to be alert to the world around you anymore. The scene of the garden now appears through the lens of eyes that have been completely cleansed of prejudices, judgments, and earthly fatigue. Everything seems to become even sharper, more brilliant, and manifold more vibrant, but is enveloped by an incredibly smooth, gentle halo. The harmonious silvery light of the early morning has now sprinkled a layer of sparkling golden dust over every landscape. It has awakened all the slumbering vitality of the plants, creating a chorus of colors and light. You gently pull your back away from the rough, solid surface of the old oak tree. A fleeting feeling of missing that safety passes, but is immediately replaced by a gentle curiosity, a quiet joy inviting you to walk on. You continue your bare footsteps, so slow, leisurely, and aimless on the lush green grass. Every step you take now is no longer a simple physical movement, but a caress, a gentle kiss your souls give to the earth. You walk as if you are gliding, drifting leisurely on a blue river of young grass. There is no destination forcing you to reach it. There is no time limit urging you to hurry. You just drift. Drift in a space overflowing with exquisite colors and the pure fragrance of pristine nature. Your unconscious steps lead you away from the wide lawn, following a small path paved with snow-white pebbles, and slowly stop before an incredibly bountiful, brilliant corner of the garden. Before your eyes, like a giant mural of paradise just unveiled, appears an area overflowing with fruits and flowers in their most brilliant full bloom. Life here is pouring forth quietly but intensely, showcasing all the finest, sweetest things the Creator has tenderly gifted to the world. Half close your eyes once more, leaving only a small slit of light, and use your mind to imagine that exquisite scene. Right in the middle of the garden corner, reaching up to the sky, is a fruit canopy heavily laden with ripe, plump fruits. Their branches and leaves sway gently, rhythmically to every breath, every beat of the calm wind. Look at the round, plump, red apples hanging from the branches. Their skin is glossy, smooth, reflecting the brilliant sun to form shimmering spots of light. Their red color is not harsh, but deep, sweet, promising a crisp, refreshing crunch from within. The weight of the apples pulls the branches down, bending them into soft arcs, like a gesture of humble bowing to offer their harvest to heaven and earth. Right beside them, clinging to rustic wooden trellises tinted by time, are heavy clusters of deep purple grapes. Every round grape, bursting with juice, sits perfectly tight against each other, without a gap, forming giant fruit clusters like precious jade gems carefully hidden among tiers of lush green leaves. On the surface of the grapes, a fragile, hazy white powder still coats them, proving the pristine, pure state untouched by human hands. The sweet, elegant scent of ripe fruit weaves into the air, mingling with the sharp smell of sap, creating a wonderful, therapeutic aroma. That fragrance soaks into every alveolus, goes deep into every neuron, gently caressing and soothing away all tension, all remnants of fatigue still lingering in your mind. Looking a bit lower, stretching beneath the bases of those giant fruit trees, is a brilliant carpet woven by thousands upon thousands of flowers bursting into bloom. They are showing off the most perfect, primal colors that no artificial palette, no talented human painter could ever mix and recreate. Admire the golden yellow, brilliant and warm, of the daisy bushes stretching out to catch the sun. That yellow is like thousands of miniature suns shining right at your feet, bringing an endless, quiet joy. Gaze at the deep crimson, proud and magnificent, of the velvet rosebuds timidly opening. Every petal stacks meticulously upon each other, twisting at the center, protecting the fragile pistil inside. Morning dewdrops still linger on the rose petals, sparkling like tears of happiness. And over there, standing tall with an elegant, ethereal posture, is the immaculate, pure, unblemished white of the lilies. They stand there, silent, like crystal trumpets silently playing a song of praise to the Most High. All those colors, those shapes intertwine, blend together, honoring each other without any rivalry or crowding, forming a masterpiece of nature. Take a very long, very quiet moment, dropping all thoughts, to admire the miracle present right before your eyes. Breathe very slowly and realize a great truth unfolding here. Here, in this bountiful garden, there is absolutely no presence of complex mechanical machines. There are no noisy factories spewing black smoke into the sky. There are no hurried assembly lines with deafening engines racing against time. There are no detailed plans drawn out on paper, no stressful meetings to map out strategies, or exhausting progress reports that drain people. Everything here is completely devoid of the harsh, noisy, and calculating intervention of humans. Yet, miraculously, natural creation still operates in the most wonderful, smooth, and seamless order. From a tiny, hard, dry seed buried deep in the dark, cold earth, enduring scorching sunny days, enduring freezing, drenching rainy nights, without a single loud noise being made, without a single complaint being uttered, the sprout of life still resiliently rises. They silently crack their shells, shoot through the soil, stretch their first tender leaves to catch the light. Then they patiently absorb sap, grow day by day, bloom, and finally crystallize into sweet, fragrant fruits, heavy on the branch. That is a great miracle, a perfect process taking place in absolute silence, under the arranging hand full of infinite power and wisdom of the Creator. That silence, that noiseless perfect growth, is a wordless song of praise, the greatest offered to God. The Creator of the universe personally sketched the shape of every leaf. He carefully, patiently sculpted every microscopic, complex leaf vein to serve as invisible sap conduits. He meticulously designed the texture of every petal, fragile as soft silk. He personally blended the colors for them, dotting every tiny speck on the pistil with a boundless focus, an overflowing love that no finite human mind can match or fully understand. Look at those lilies in the field. They are inanimate. They do not know how to weave, do not know how to spin thread. They have no factories to produce clothes. They absolutely never stay awake all night worrying about what they will wear tomorrow, what they will use to cover themselves, or if they are more beautiful than the flower next to them. They have no envy, no anxiety about the future. Yet, look at their brilliant, magnificent, and pure beauty. Even the greatest King Solomon in history, the mighty king who possessed countless treasures of gold and silver, draped in the most luxurious, expensive silks of the world, could not compare to the beauty of one of these small, humble wildflowers. If the Most High devoted himself, poured so much heart into caring for and adorning the grass of the field, fragile creatures that are gloriously alive today and tomorrow wither, fade, and are thrown into the fire, how much more so for you? How much more so for your immortal soul? You are a priceless child that he personally molded, breathed life into, and redeemed with a great, immeasurable love, with the very precious blood of his only Son on the cross. Dear friend, O soul weary from the burdens of the world, let that sweet, solid truth, full of power, seep deep into every corner, every cell of your soul right now. Breathe in deeply. Swallow that wonderful truth whole. If the ruler of a vast universe, the one keeping billions of galaxies from colliding, took the trouble to care for a tiny, nameless wildflower growing by the road, if he cared for, provided food for, and nourished every little sparrow flying in the sky, could he possibly forget you? Could he possibly turn a blind eye, leaving you stranded, lost, and alone amidst the storms and piling difficulties of life? The answer is no, never, ever. The persistent anxiety about an uncertain future, the extreme fear of financial lack, the heavy pressure to build everything yourself, or the torment of having to be a perfect person in the eyes of the world. All those terrible burdens inherently never belonged to you from the beginning. God has never demanded that you shoulder this entire world on your small, frail shoulders. He never wanted you to stay awake long nights worrying about tomorrow. His word has spoken very clearly. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. Gazing at the richness, abundance, perfection, and the quiet, smooth rhythm of the garden now, your heart automatically, unconsciously sheds all sorrows. The boulder pressing on your chest seems to be lifted by an invisible hand and thrown far away. Your heart is gradually being filled, bit by bit, by an absolute peace, a solid reassurance like an unshakable rock. Because right in this sacred moment of awakening, you realize deeply, clearly, and without any remaining doubt that your life, your family, your future, your career, your health, and even your most secret, distant dreams, all are safely placed in that very powerful, gentle hand. The hand that created the universe is the same hand caring for, preserving, and arranging everything for your life. No event happening in your life is a blind, meaningless coincidence. No pain you have to bear is useless. No weary waiting is in vain or forgotten. Even the tears rolling down your face in the dark night are cherished and stored in his bottle. Everything, whether joy or sorrow, whether success or bitter falls, all are part of a master picture, unfolding according to a perfect, peaceful, and hopeful plan that the Creator carefully, lovingly drafted specifically for your life since before the foundation of the world. Breathe in deeply. Breathe in absolute trust. And breathe out. Surrender completely. Feel the ultimate relief tingling and spreading throughout your body. going from the top of your head down to your toes. When you realize how much you are loved, when you know that you are protected by infinite power, all your muscles' attempts to resist automatically vanish. Your body understands that it no longer needs to be ready to fight or flee. It can rest. Your hands let go completely, hanging loosely at your sides, losing all strength to grasp. Your shoulders droop, sinking deep into the softness. Your forehead smooths out, flat, smooth as a still lake. The corners of your lips curl up slightly into a soft smile of ease, of a good child knowing they are safe in their father's arms. You do not need to try to manipulate the future anymore. You do not need to force everyone around you to go exactly your way. Your job, your only mission in this world, is simply to live, to breathe, and to bloom at the right time. Just like those magnificent wildflowers, you only need to completely entrust your life into the hands of the great gardener. Let those thoughts lull you to sleep. Sink deeper still. Sink deeper still into the ocean of this endless peace. Everything in your life, things past, things to come, are all being arranged in a remarkably safe, remarkably perfect way. There is nothing left to worry about. There is no plan left to make. The night of relaxation is falling, covering all noisy things. Only rest remains. Complete, profound, still, and absolute rest. Your body sinks into the bed. Your mind floats and drifts, drifting into a sweet, dreamy realm where only love and peace reign forever. Sleep well. Let everything happen in its most perfect way. Peace, tranquility, and incredibly relaxed. While you are calmly enjoying the ultimate feeling of ease to the fullest, intently admiring the brilliant, perfect masterpieces of nature under the radiant morning sun, time seems to freeze in a frame of eternal peace. Your heart now is overflowing with gratitude and admiration before the miraculous hand of the Creator. You just stand there, suspended in a feeling of weightlessness, letting the light, colors, and fragrance of the flowers and fruits wash your soul. Everything is happening so smoothly, seamlessly, and perfectly that you feel as if you are walking in the original Eden, where there has never been a trace of fatigue or suffering. However, right in that quiet and immersed moment, your gentle, forgiving gaze suddenly follows the wind, slowly lowering. Your gaze slides over the deep crimson velvet rose petals, slides over the giant lush green leaves, and slowly stops at a small, dark, hidden corner right below the beautiful flower bed. In that place, subtly mixed in the mulch, hidden under the broad, shady leaves, a few stubborn weed branches have quietly sprung up, unnoticed. They reach up silently, without warning. The shape of these weed branches is in complete contrast to the proud, soft beauty of the surrounding buds. Their leaves are thorny, rough, with sharp and dry edges. Their stems are rigid, stubborn, and below the ground, where the sunlight cannot reach, their roots are moving with a shudder. They are trying to weave, extending, zigzagging suckers, clinging deep, holding very tightly to Mother Earth. They are striving to snatch every faint ray of sunlight slipping through the leaves and silently draining the precious nutrient sources, the cool drops of water that were inherently meant to nourish the buds, that are yearning day and night to grow and emit fragrance. The presence of these weed branches, viewed as a whole, is not enough to shatter the glorious, magnificent beauty of the entire vast garden. They are too small to block out the sun, yet their existence represents superfluous, misplaced entities. If left to continue multiplying and growing in the dark, they will gradually deplete the vitality of that land. They need to be cleaned up, completely uprooted to protect the purity, protect the living space, and the full development of the good. Brilliant sprouts of life. When seeing those weed branches, in the mind of a gardener illuminated by grace like you, absolutely no feeling of annoyance, discomfort, or anger arises. You do not resent why Mother Earth tolerates weeds, nor do you torment yourself for neglecting your care. With an incredibly calm, serene mindset of one who has fully surrendered and understands the laws of nature, you slowly, deliberately move. You slowly bend down. Once again, you let your knees gently touch the soft, damp earth. You kneel down humbly, without a sound. You slowly reach out your right hand. Your fingers very carefully, gently part the thorny rose branches to the side. Your movement is full of care, full of affection, so as not to startle, scratch, or hurt the fragile, sleeping petals. When you have reached the base of the weed branch, you use your thumb and index finger, slowly close them, grasping its rigid stem at the point closest to the ground. The rough feeling of the grass stem transmits to your fingertips. Then, with patient hands, full of gentleness, yet incredibly decisive and strong from within, you slowly apply just enough force, pulling it up slightly. Close your eyes and use the hearing of your mind to listen to that moment. As you pull up, an incredibly subtle sound resonates. The sound of the grass roots clinging desperately to the earth, breaking, snap, rustle, rustle, crackle. That sound is heard very clearly. You feel their weak resistance, and then their surrender. The loose soil around the grass base gradually breaks away, cracking, making way and releasing the persistent grip of the weed. You uproot them completely from the ground, leaving not a single tiny piece of root behind. You lift the grass branch, softly shake off the fertile soil still clinging to the roots, returning the nutrients to Mother Earth. Then you gently place that withered grass branch aside on the dry rock surface for it to fade away on its own. Before your eyes now is left a clean, loose, airy patch of earth for the flower roots below to freely stretch, breathing in the most rhythmic and relaxed way. This meticulous, slow, and incredibly quiet work carries a profoundly deep spiritual symbolic meaning, possessing unparalleled healing power. It is exactly like the process of us returning to our inner selves, stepping into the deepest depths of our souls to tidy up our own cluttered mental garden before the night falls, before the body enters a restorative sleep. Let your thoughts drift, endlessly pondering this truth. In the process of living, in our journey walking through a world full of hurts, temptations, and brokenness, our souls, no matter how carefully guarded, no matter how well fenced, sometimes the wind of the world still inadvertently blows in the seeds of weeds. We receive them unconsciously, without defense. Those are invisible weeds, yet they have a devastating power against peace. Those can be deep traumas in the past, sad memories from childhood that, although a long time has passed, seemingly buried, their roots have never faded, occasionally stinging with an invisible pain in the dead of the quiet night. Those can be careless, thoughtless words, harsh judgments, malicious criticisms from the world that have embedded themselves deep in your mind, making you shed tears and doubt your own worth. Those can also be the compressed pressures of present life, the persistent financial worries, the unpaid bills, the fear of illness, of aging, or those are resentments, frustrations, hidden jealousies when seeing others succeed, unforgiveness, petty grudges that you stubbornly harbor in your heart. All those dark things, those negative emotions, they grow inside you, developing rapidly and silently, like stubborn weed clumps in the garden. These types of psychological weeds never produce fragrant flowers, never bear sweet fruits that bring life. They have no use other than to silently root deep into your thoughts. They suffocate love, drain positive life energy, and silently suck dry the vitality, the optimism of the soul. If not noticed, if not cleared away regularly, they will gradually overpower the sprouts of hope, making our minds barren, exhausted, and depressed. And my friend, that is the deepest root of long, sleepless, tossing nights, of terrifying nightmares, or those startled, heart-racing awakenings in the dead of night. You cannot have a peaceful sleep when in your mind the roots of anxiety are constantly piercing. But right now, right in this sacred, still moment enveloped by grace, when you are closing your eyes, immersed in the soothing presence of God, you are not alone. He is right beside you. You do not have to do this difficult, soul-cleaning work alone. Facing old wounds, forgiving those who have hurt you, is too much for a weak human. But the Holy Spirit of God, His breath of peace, like a caring, incredibly gentle gardener, is softly stepping into the space of your mind. Imagine, very realistically, very warmly, He is slowly sitting down beside you. He extends His nail-scarred hand, holding the greatest healing power in the universe, taking your trembling hand. He transmits the strength of courage to you. He lights a soothing lamp, helping you recognize, illuminating the darkest areas, the deepest hidden pains that you have tried to bury and hide from for so many years. He does not judge. He only uses the light of love to point out to you the weed branches of bitterness, of hiding fear that are draining your peace. And then, with the unconditional love of a father, with the grace of complete healing, He gently, deliberately helps you, together with you, uproot every single one of those bitter roots. When a weed branch of resentment is uprooted from the mind, the sound of breaking roots echoes. Instantly, a stream of peaceful light, a feeling of ultimate relief rushes in to fill the void. You feel your chest lighten a bit. When a weed branch of anxiety about an uncertain tomorrow is plucked away, thrown out of the soul's space, boundless serenity rushes back, soothing the pounding heart, returning it to its calmest rhythm. When a weed branch of inferiority, of complex, of self-torment over past mistakes is uprooted completely, the unconditional forgiveness of God is the most miraculous elixir. watering and healing every deep wound, returning freedom and dignity to you. He just continues like that, patiently, diligently, together with you, cleaning up the cluttered mental garden. He clears away the rubbish of the world, pulls out the thorns of hatred. His word, once spoken, a word echoing through space and time, reaches straight to your heart right now. Cast all your anxiety on him because he cares for you. That promise is as solid as an eternal rock, never shifting, never changing, even if heaven and earth pass away. Every burden, no matter how great, no matter if it is as heavy as a mountain, no matter if you have carried it for so many years that it feels like a part of your body, all become weightless, vanishing into thin air when placed in the nail-scarred, love-filled hands of the Savior. Right now, in the half-awake, half-asleep state of a body yearning for sleep, use your final consciousness to practice that sacred cleansing. Combine it with your breath. Turn every breath into an act of spiritual weeding. Now, breathe in deeply, very slowly. Collect all the fatigue, all the worries, all the unpleasant images you encountered today. Gather all the fears about the future, the regrets about the past. Bundle them all into a mass. Call them by name if you want. Acknowledge them, but absolutely do not keep them. Do not cling to them. Do not give them a chance to take root for another second. And then, slowly, deliberately, part your lips and breathe out a very long breath. Following the stream of air steadily pushing outwards, carrying purification, imagine you are uprooting all those weed branches, shaking off the dirt, and decisively throwing them far away from your body, throwing them out of your mind, throwing them out of the space of sleep. A feeling of relief instantly washes over you, stronger and more real than ever. The 1,000-pound boulder pressing on your left chest seems to have been completely removed by a miracle. Your chest automatically expands, broadening in a relaxed manner. Your heartbeat slows down, soothing, leisurely and incredibly steady, like the ticking of an antique clock slowly counting time in a quiet room. Do it one more time. Breathe in grace, peace, the presence of God. Breathe out. Pull out the last remnants of tension. Pull out the stiffness in the neck, the shoulders. Pull out the frown on the forehead. Pull out the clench in the jaw. Throw them all away. Let go. Let go completely. The space inside your soul is now incredibly airy, incredibly clean. There is absolutely no suffocation left. It is vast and boundlessly still, like a steppe at night. There lingers a pure, sweet scent of forgiveness, of gratitude, and of complete rest. You no longer have to brace yourself against anything. You have been handed back a soul as pure, serene as in the beginning, like a carefree child, just bathed clean, lying fully, obediently, and snugly in the vast, soft embrace of its mother. That child knows nothing of tomorrow's worries because it knows its mother is holding it, protecting it. You are the same. You are embraced by the Creator. No worldly entanglement can cross that embrace to disturb your sleep tonight anymore. All the tidying is beautifully complete. All weed clumps have been plucked away, making room for the buds of sweet dreams preparing to bloom. Your mind is now empty, an emptiness of peace, fulfillment, and the most complete satisfaction you have ever experienced. No more thoughts, no more analysis, no words echo in your head anymore. Only absolute silence remains. Your body now reacts to that serenity with a heavy feeling of deep relaxation. Every muscle seems to fall apart, turning limp. You feel the deep sinking, the very deep sinking of your body into the soft mattress. The bed supporting you seems to vanish, turning into a fluffy, light cloud. You are drifting, floating, suspended in a galaxy of peace. Sleepiness draws in like a jet black velvet blanket, soft, slowly covering your eyes, hiding all final consciousness. You rest completely. No more resistance, only stillness, safety, and a deep, restorative sleep embracing you completely. Sleep. Sleep well. A soul washed in grace, peace, peace, and incredibly serene. Time in this quiet, sacred garden seems completely unmeasured by the hurried, cold ticking of clock hands, or by the stressful schedules, the pressure-filled deadlines of the world out there. Here, time is not a ruthless linear line, always moving forward to steal the youth and strength of humans. Time here passes invisibly, smoothly, rhythmically, and naturally, like the very breath of all creation. It flows like a leisurely river, enveloping you, allowing you to immerse yourself in every moment of the present without worrying about the future. After the garden of your mind has been swept clean of all weeds of anxiety, after the fatigue has been washed away by the pure stream, and the soul has been bathed in the sunlight of grace, you feel an unparalleled lightness spreading throughout your entire body. At this moment, as you are immersed in that empty, serene state, the surrounding atmosphere begins to undergo incredibly subtle shifts, signaling a new cycle of rest approaching. The radiant, glorious, and warm mass of midday sun has now begun to soften the great sun. After a long, diligent, dedicated day of shining and distributing abundant life energy to all species on Earth, is now slowly, unhurriedly retreating. Open your mind's eyes and admire this majestic scene. The sun is slowly lowering, moving behind the rolling, deep green hills on the far horizon. The transition of heaven and earth from the realm of light to the realm of dark happens silently, smoothly, without any sudden, jerky, or rushed movements. It is like an epic symphony gradually reaching its final, comforting low notes. The tempo slowing down, the volume decreasing, decreasing, before ending in absolute silence. You raise your gentle eyes, no longer burdened with thoughts, to look at the sky. The canopy of the sky now is no longer a monochrome void, but it has transformed into a giant, magnificent watercolor painting, constantly changing colors miraculously every second, every minute. The hand of the Creator is holding the brush of nature, gently flicking the most exquisite patches of color onto the canvas of the universe. The clear, glaring cyan blue of the midday is fading, giving way to the warm, soothing bands of color of the twilight that are slowly falling to cover all things. It begins with a soft peachy orange glow, patched on the fluffy clouds drifting leisurely. That peachy orange light is fragile, transparent, like the flushed cheeks of a sleeping angel. bringing an incredibly cozy and safe feeling. Then time just ticks its invisible beats. The colors on the sky gradually deepen, transforming magically. The peachy orange shifts to a magnificent crimson purple, staining a whole corner of the western sky. The light of the ending long day carries no decay, but it flares up in the most glorious, majestic beauty before making way for the night. And finally, those brilliant hot color bands begin to blend, sinking into the quiet, profound violet of the night waiting to drape down from overhead. The soft, silvery light of the late afternoon covers every landscape in the garden with a layer of sparkling golden dust. A magical light that makes all things look ethereal. Every leaf, every blade of grass, every flower bursts with a breathtakingly poetic and peaceful beauty. The atmosphere in the garden also follows the sun's cooling, becoming incredibly fresh, settled, and strangely quiet. The evening breezes begin to blow in from the foothills. The wind no longer carries the warmth of the sun, but brings damp mist, caressing your skin completely, thoroughly soothing away the last remnants of the day's heat. The shadows of the towering ancient tree trunks begin to stretch out. They lay endlessly, prostrate upon the grass that is gradually getting drenched in night dew. The darkness, like an invisible liquid, jet black and soft, is slowly rising from the ground, besieging the space, threading into every corner of the garden. All things begin to sink into darkness. The flowers softly fold their petals to preserve their fragrance. The birds have returned to their nests, ceasing their chirping. And the leaves bow down, suspending all activities to seek rest. The whole garden is preparing to sleep. Yet, strangely enough, for you right now, the approaching shelter of the night brings absolutely no feeling of loneliness, emptiness, coldness, or fear. In the deep psychology of humans, darkness is often associated with uncertainty, with fears of the unknown, of lurking dangers, or of extreme loneliness. The childhood memories of fearing the dark, fearing the invisible monsters hiding under the bed or in the closet, all those phobias seem to have been completely stripped of their power in this sacred space. You feel no fear at all. On the contrary, this falling night carries an incredibly soft, gentle, and strangely warm quality. The scene of darkness covering all things carries a profoundly deep spiritual meaning, possessing the power to soothe all the terrors of the flesh. This darkness is not the absence of light, but it is a giant blanket woven by peace. It is exactly like the silhouette of the giant, almighty wings of the Creator slowly spreading out from the high heavens. Those wings are slowly descending, covering the entire space of the garden, blocking out all the noise of the universe and fully embracing your tiny self into his bosom. The Bible, in Psalm 91, one of the songs that has brought the most comfort to humanity throughout thousands of years of history, holds an incredibly beautiful promise. That promise is as firm as bedrock, never changing, and full of protective power. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. Close your eyes, relax your chest, and let every word, every syllable of that sacred promise echo, hum in your mind right now. Feel its sound in the shadow of the Almighty. That is absolutely not a shadow of threat, not a dark shadow of punishment or the anger of a harsh deity. It is the shadow of the greatest, safest shelter in the universe. Just like a strong mother eagle or a gentle mother hen spreading her warm, feathered wings to incubate, to hide her little chicks from the biting winds of winter, from the pouring thunderstorms, and from the prowling eyes of wild beasts in the dark. God is also using the invisible wings of eternal love to envelop your soul tonight. Under that solid shadow of wings, all the storms of the world, no matter how terrifyingly they roar, must stop at the porch. All the harsh judgments of humans, the prying eyes, the criticisms that hurt you, all cannot pierce this sacred protective layer. Worries about daily bread, unfinished work reports, bills to pay, or illnesses causing your body pain, all those burdens are blocked outside his soft feathers. Here, deep inside his arms, you are absolutely safe. No dark force, no perilous circumstance, no nightmare can puncture that great protective layer to harm the deep, quiet peace reigning in your soul. He is the Most High, the one ruling billions of giant galaxies. But he is also the Almighty present right here, right in this room, right on this bed, just to incubate your sleep. His greatness does not distance you. That greatness shrinks, perfectly transforming into the safest refuge for your fragile life. Half close your eyes. Do not open them anymore. Darkness has fully fallen, and use your spiritual sense to truly experience that absolute safety spreading in every muscle. Imagine vividly that you are snuggling deep, sinking into a giant, incredibly soft, incredibly warm layer of feathers, faintly smelling the fragrance of heaven. That layer of feathers tightly embraces your body, filling every empty space. The temperature around you now is perfect, not too hot, not too cold, just enough warmth to lull all creation to sleep. All the loud, chaotic noises of the outside world, the traffic sounds out there, the sounds of debates in your head, seem to have been completely soundproofed by a spiritual cotton wall. Only a soothing stillness remains. And in that absolute stillness, if you listen very closely, you will hear a miraculous sound. You hear the heartbeat of the Creator, a deep, steady, incredibly strong heartbeat, carrying the message of eternal life, of unconditional protection, and love that never changes, never fades. That sacred heartbeat is transmitting from his shadow of wings, entering your chest. Your small heart, much hurt and often beating erratically out of anxiety, now begins to recalibrate. It harmonizes rhythmically with the heartbeat of the Creator. Thump, 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 thump. Soft, slow, and incredibly peaceful. That heartbeat comforts you, soothes away all final defenses. You realize you do not need to try to be strong anymore. Here, you are allowed to be weak. You are allowed to be a little child needing shelter. Your body now reacts to that absolute safety by automatically relaxing completely. All survival alert mechanisms of the brain are turned off. Take a deep breath in. Breathe in the solid shelter of the night. Breathe in the enveloping love of the Almighty's shadow of wings. And breathe out very long, very slowly, pushing away the last bit of stiffness, the last bit of resistance in the muscles, the joints. Feel the incredibly pleasant heaviness slowly pulling your shoulders down. They sink deep into the mattress as if sinking into soft mulch. Your neck no longer has to tense up to hold your head, which is heavy with thoughts. It relaxes completely, letting the soft pillow support it. Your spine lengthens, each vertebra separating leisurely, softly leaning against an invisible but incredibly solid support of God's hand. You completely entrust your body weight to the earth, to the space of the bed, and to the one holding you. You sink in, disappearing into the shadow of peace's wings. There is no longer any struggle taking place in your head. No more trying to act strong to fight the world. In this soothing, quiet, and sacred darkness, you are just a sleeping soul, possessing the greatest, most powerful protection of the entire vast universe. Just sink deeper into this sweet night. Sleepiness has now become a thick cloud covering all consciousness. Thoughts become fragmented, faded, shatter, and slip away, unable to be held on to. You do not need to hold on to them anymore. Everything is comforting you. The rhythm of stillness is lulling you into a dream-filled, serene, and most perfectly restored sleep. His shelter is with you tonight. You are safe. You are at peace. Sink away so gently, so softly into the peaceful, unconscious realm. When the soothing, quiet darkness of the night has completely draped a thick, cool, and forgiving black velvet blanket over the entire space of the garden, that is exactly when nature chimes its gentlest warning bell. That wordless reminder from all creation rings out in the silence, letting you know that the time has come to completely, decisively close all work of a long, diligent day. The sound of hurried, bustling daytime life has retreated behind the curtain of the past, yielding the entire space to the profound symphony of the deep night. The insects chirp their lullabies, the flowers have tightly closed their petals to preserve their fragrance, and the leaves bow down, ceasing all photosynthesis to seek rest. All things in the universe clearly understand the rhythmic law of motion and stopping, of awakening and resting. And you, O little gardener, you too are within that perfect law. You are not an exception forced to labor unceasingly. You slowly turn around. Your movements now have become incredibly leisurely, slow, as if you are moving underwater. All haste has been stripped away by the night. You take your final bare footsteps of the day, heading towards a quiet, hidden corner at the end of the garden. There, lying under the canopy of an ancient fig tree, is a small, weathered wooden water trough, covered in lush green moss. This trough holds a source of crystal clear, cool water, flowing out from a deep, endless rock crevice of the earth. It has been there for ages, silently serving, silently bringing purification to the gardeners after they have completed their mission. You calmly stand before the water trough. The silvery light of the first stars shines down on the flat water surface, creating sparkling, magical light streaks. You slowly bend down, your bending movement full of reverence for the source of life water. You reach out both your hands. These hands, from early morning until now, have been soiled with mud, bear the calluses of a day's labor, have held the hoe, the shovel, have pulled weeds, sown seeds. They carry the marks of toil, of tireless effort. You slowly submerge both hands deep into that cool, pure water stream. Oh, an instant feeling of refreshment and purity arrives. The soothing, gentle stream immediately embraces your hands. The water slips between your fingers, caressing the rough skin. You gently rub your hands together. The stream washes away the tiny, stubbornly clinging sand grains, cleanses the brown mud streaks of the earth, soothes the faint scratches inadvertently caused by thorns. You splash water up to your wrists, patting the cool water onto your tired biceps. The water is not just doing the physical task of washing the fleshly hands. In this profoundly meditative space, that stream seems to be doing an even greater work. It is washing away the residues of mental fatigue. It washes clean the dust of tension clinging to your thoughts over the past hours. As the mud layer washes away, dissolves into the stream and flows down the drain, imagine that the frustrations, the pressures, the complaints, the disappointments of today are also slipping away with that water. You do not bring them home. You do not bring them to bed. You wash them away, leave them here, hand them back to the purification of nature. After your hands are completely clean, pristine, and cool, you slowly withdraw them from the trough. You take the familiar coarse canvas apron tied around your waist, gently patting dry the water drops remaining on your skin. Every movement is slow, slow. Feel the absolute dryness, cleanliness, and relief in both hands. These hands are now empty, no longer entangled with earthly mud, ready to rest. Now, you gently turn to the side, reaching out to pick up the small hoe and shovel. These are the agricultural tools that faithfully accompanied you since dawn broke, sweated with you, plowed the dry land with you. Their handles are made of solid wood. The wooden surface has become smooth, shiny due to the friction of countless days of labor. You lift them up. They carry a certain physical weight, but at the same time, they also carry a massive psychological weight. You take firm steps, heading into the quiet storage shed sitting silently in a corner of the garden. Inside the dark shed, infused with the smell of old wood, straw, and the silence of many years, you carefully step to the familiar wooden rack where everything has its own place. With a decisive yet incredibly caring movement, you place the hoe on the rack. Then you place the shovel neatly beside it. A small, dull thud, a soft thud, echoes in the quiet space when the metal part and the wooden handle touch the rack surface. That sound is so rustic, so brief, but it holds immense, liberating power, echoing to the deepest ends of your soul. It is like a resolute, clear period placed at the end of a long, arduous sentence. That sound declares, today's work ends here. The act of laying down these tools is not simply ending a physical workday. In the realm of your mind right now, it is the most beautiful, most powerful, and most profoundly healing symbol of complete letting go. Let your thoughts drift with this image. In our reality full of worries, those hoes and shovels take different forms. Your tool might be a business project still unfinished on the desk, unsigned contracts giving you a headache. It could be end-of-month financial reports, bills to pay, unanswered client emails. Your tool could also be the heavy responsibilities of a parent, anxiety about children's future education, or concerns about the health of aging loved ones. We are diligent laborers in the field of our lives. And what is the tragedy of modern humans? It is that we carry those heavy tools all day long, from the moment we open our eyes until the sun sets. But we do not know how to lay them down. So many times, out of workaholism, out of excessive anxiety, we stubbornly carry even those sharp, mud-covered tools right into the bedroom. We place them on our soft bed, stuff them under the pillow, only to turn our sacred resting space into a chaotic battlefield. Our minds continue to plow, continue to dig up unsolvable problems. We lie with our eyes closed, but our minds are still hoeing the ground, still fighting endless wandering thoughts. And as a result, sleep is snatched away, peace is stolen, and the body becomes increasingly exhausted. But tonight, right here, you are choosing a different way. You are called to perform this sacred letting go. You look at the tools resting obediently on the wooden rack. Even if the soil beds out there might not be completely plowed, even if today's work had minor flaws that made you not entirely satisfied, or there is still a long, endless list of plans, projects not yet started, in this very moment, you smile. A serene and magnanimous smile to yourself, granting yourself the right to stop. You deeply, humbly, and liberatingly understand that human strength is finite, human wisdom is limited. You are not an eternal machine. And most importantly, you do not need to and can never forever strain to control everything in this world. There are things that have happened and are beyond your intervention. There are worries that only wear down the mind, drain vitality, without changing reality one bit. Jesus once asked an awakening question to humanity. Can any one of you, by worrying, add a single hour to your life? Worrying does not solve tomorrow's problems. It only takes away today's strength. Therefore, you gently close your eyes. You stand in the quiet storage shed, let out a very long breath, a very long breath, pushing all the foul air of torment, of stubborn control out. Through that breath, you are officially performing a handover ritual. You are entrusting your entire burden on your shoulders, all heavy responsibilities still lingering in your mind, back to the ruler of the vast universe. Quietly say in your mind right now, as a silent prayer of surrender, Lord, I place all these things into your great, powerful hands. My work, my unfinished plans, my financial worries, my loved ones, and even my helplessness, my limits, I lay them all down. I do not carry them with me into sleep. Please take over everything. Please be the protector and solve the things I cannot. That prayer of surrender is not an empty phrase. It is a spiritual miracle. The instant you truly let go in your mind, you will feel a massive 1,000-pound burden just lifted off your chest by an invisible force. An overwhelmingly pure, light emptiness envelops you. A sweet spiritual freedom, like never before, begins to flow in your veins, threading into every brain cell. You are no longer the director who must run a whole company. You are no longer the pillar who must shoulder a whole family. You are no longer the one who must solve all the world's troubles. Right now, you are just a little creation who has done their part and is now allowed to completely rest. Your only, most important, most vital task, and also your most sacred mission now, is simply to rest, fall asleep, and restore your strength. You no longer have to keep watch. Your vigilance now is unnecessary because you know an incredibly sweet, solid truth guaranteed by the Creator from the Bible. He who watches over you will not slumber. Indeed, he who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. Ponder this great truth. Even while you are in a deep slumber, completely unaware of the world's operation around you, entirely immersed in the unconscious realm, eyes closed to all changes, the Creator remains always awake. He stays awake to rule the stars. He stays awake to maintain the rhythm of the universe. and he stays awake to guard your own peaceful sleep. His merciful gaze never leaves you. He stays awake to protect your life from dark forces, from unseen disasters in the dark night, and even more wonderfully, more miraculously, he is still working unceasingly, in miraculous ways beyond human understanding. While you sleep, he is rearranging the puzzle pieces of your life. He is paving the way for tomorrow's opportunities. He is healing the damaged tissue cells in your body. He is preparing the most perfect, good things to welcome you when you wake up. You sleep, but his grace never sleeps. The operation of the universe does not depend on your anxious wakefulness. Therefore, O weary soul, confidently close the storage shed door. You turn your back on the tools, close off all thoughts about work, lock that door tightly with the solid padlock of faith and absolute surrender. Everything has been handed over, safely sealed. You stroll leisurely, leaving the shed, heading towards your resting space. Every step you take now is heavy with relaxation, but your soul is weightless with liberation. You feel your body right now is limp in an extreme relaxation, an incredibly joyful and satisfying limpness. Every vertebra softens, no longer wanting to tense up. Your legs are heavy, walking slowly, slowly, as if moving in a zero-gravity environment. You are taking endless, floating steps on the clouds of the subconscious. The quiet peace flows rhythmically through your blood vessels, completely replacing the adrenaline of stress. Your back sinks deep into the mattress. Muscles release, melt away. You have surrendered everything. You are completely serene. Everything, every trouble, every worry, every plan is shouldered by God's hand instead of yours. Your job now is only to relax, breathe very steadily, and sleep. A very deep sleep without a single ripple of anxiety stirring in your mind. All thoughts blur, fade, shatter into tiny particles of light and disappear. Sink away, gently sink away. Sink deep into the soft bed. Drift into the infinitely soft, warm embrace of the night. You are safe. You are sheltered. And you are completely at peace. Sleep well. Everything has been destined in the best possible way. Quiet, quiet, and sink deep into a sweet dream. After the door of the shed containing the tools has been closed discreetly and safely, all worries and calculations of the world are accordingly sealed, buried in the quiet darkness. You slowly turn around, leaving behind all the heavy responsibilities of a long day. You walk aimlessly, strolling with bare feet gliding softly on the grass now drenched in cool night dew. The soothing darkness, thick as a giant, priceless velvet blanket, has now completely embraced the vast space of the garden. Everything is immersed in a most sacred and profound stillness. There are no more brilliant colors of flowers to distract visual attention. There are no clear, sharp shapes of trees, of architectural structures for the mind to constantly process, analyze, or evaluate. The soothing darkness has blurred all material boundaries, erased visible limits, returning the space to a primal, uniform, and incredibly still state. You are standing in the center of the garden, not enclosed by narrow walls, but enveloped by the infinite stillness of heaven and earth. You softly pause your steps. Your bare feet dig deep into the soft grass as if seeking a final anchor to the earth. And then slowly, very slowly, like a night blooming Sirius opening in the dark, you raise your gentle eyes, free of thought, looking up at the high vault of heaven. The moment your gaze touches the void, piercing through the dark night curtain, a masterpiece, the most magnificent, glorious, wondrous, and overwhelming painting of the universe suddenly appears, taking over your entire mind. The sky tonight is completely clear. There is not a single stray cloud to block the view. The sky is clear, bottomlessly deep like a giant black crystal block without a bottom. And on that deep, quiet, and profound black background, an entire sparkling galaxy is majestically present. Tens of thousands, millions, billions of stars are shining together in silence, blinking continuously. They are like priceless diamonds, miraculous dust particles of light generously and greatly sprinkled by the Creator's hand over the velvet curtain of the vast universe. Let your eyes glide very slowly over that galaxy. There are stars shining brilliantly, proud and seemingly solitary in a dark corner of the sky. There are stars that are hazy, distant, appearing and disappearing, weaving together to form wondrous constellations, tied to the ancient stories of humanity. The Milky Way draped across the sky looks like a floating river of light, flowing endlessly with no beginning and no end. Ponder a great truth happening right before your eyes. The light from those sparkling stars is not the light of the present. To reach your vision tonight, those light rays had to undertake an incredibly long journey. They had to cross vast, silent, and cold space for thousands, millions of light years. They passed through distant galaxies, crossed the endless void, just so that right now, in this quiet moment, they enter your half-closed eyes, touching your soul that yearns for peace. It is an arrangement of space and time so magnificent, so spectacular, that all human languages become powerless, weak, unable to fully describe it. Standing alone, yet at peace, beneath that majestic and vast sky, gazing at the bottomless universe revolving quietly overhead, a very natural, profound feeling full of liberating nature rises within you. You suddenly realize how small you are, how fragile, how finite you are before the unparalleled greatness of creation. If this giant Earth, containing billions of people with bottomless ambitions, viewed from the distant universe is only a floating blue speck of dust in the galaxy, then we humans, with our brief life cycle of just a few decades, with our trivial worries, with our nightly sighs, are we not just as fragile as a fleeting vapor, like a small spark flashing through the endless night? The awareness of that smallness at first might startle the proud human ego, but when quietly embraced, it brings a sweet and boundless comfort. The extreme fatigue of our minds in modern life actually often stems from the deepest false beliefs. One of the burdens draining the soul's vitality is the illusion of self-determination. We always delude ourselves that we are the powerful directors of our lives. We try to cut and edit every frame of our destiny, try to eliminate the pauses, the failures, and try to cram in the pounding rhythms of success, of productivity, of glamour. We calculate meticulously, analyze every variable, fear risks, and believe that if we loosen control for even a second, the entire script of our life will collapse. And then, Along with that illusion of control, we trap our souls in the prison of consistency. We force ourselves to always be strong. We wear masks of professionalism, must always be a high-energy person, never allowed to be tired, never allowed to make mistakes or change our minds. We fear being contradictory, fear revealing our inner weakness, confusion. That invisible prison has locked the door to freedom, keeping the soul constantly taut as a string, without a single moment to breathe. But tonight, under this sky full of quiet stars, all those illusions and psychological burdens are broken and vanish into nothingness. Look, the vast universe out there does not operate based on your effort to control it. The stars do not need you to plan for them to shine. The earth does not need you to stay awake all night to remind it to revolve around the sun. Everything in nature flows perfectly under the sovereignty of the Creator. You do not need to write the script for everything yourself. Right now, allow yourself to escape the prison of consistency. Under this sky, you do not need to be any perfect model. You are allowed to be a small, weak creature, needing love and rest. You are allowed to have exhaustingly tired days. You are allowed to drop the glamorous external title, take off the rigid shell to return to your most primal, rustic, and vulnerable self. The forgiving Creator does not judge your contradictions. He only opens his arms to accept your authenticity, looking up at the sky, our lives, our pains, our pride, our resounding achievements or bitter falls that feel like the sky is collapsing. All seem to become so incredibly tiny, insignificant when placed under the vast, eternal gaze of the universe. But that smallness does not equate to worthlessness, because the Word of God from the Bible echoes like a soft whisper, piercing through space and time, dispelling all doubts in your mind. When I consider your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars, which you have set in place, what is mankind that you are mindful of them? Human beings that you care for them? Take a deep breath, a very deep breath, letting the cool air carry this great truth into the very depths of your blood vessels. The Creator, the majestic, powerful one, used his very word to forge this entire vast universe. He is the one who shaped and counted the billions upon billions of stars up there. He calls each star by name, missing none, mistaking not a single tiny speck of light at the dark edges of the universe. That great, transcendent being is also the one who personally knitted your form together miraculously since you were an invisible sprout of life in your mother's womb. He knows all your thoughts before they can even be spoken as words. He understands the fears you try to hide. He counts exactly every fragile, easily falling hair on your head. And holier than all, he has engraved your name deeply, permanently, never to fade in the palms of his hands, full of loving scars. You are not a meaningless or random existence thrown into this world. You are his exquisite masterpiece, the one who upholds millions of giant galaxies without letting them collide. Could he lack the strength, the time, and the love to uphold your small, unsteady life? The problems, the unsolvable difficulties, the debts giving you a headache, or the illnesses making your body weak, all of them, no matter how huge, how scary they seem in your finite eyes, are but an invisible grain of sand, a drop of water in the ocean before the great sovereign power of God. You do not need to hold up the entire sky yourself. The sky is already held up by Him. You also do not need to shoulder the whole world. The world rests securely in His hands. Your job now, your only task at this moment, is simply to look up, admire, release control, and immerse yourself in the boundless love of the Heavenly Father. Half close your eyes. Do not look with physical sight anymore. Look with your spiritual awareness. Imagine the gentle, sparkling, and pure light of tens of thousands of stars in the Milky Way pouring down like a rain of light. Those tiny, soft light particles are shining down on your body. They permeate through the skin, going deep into every capillary, every blood vessel. That is the light of eternal peace, the light of complete forgiveness, the light of unquenchable hope. As that light dissolves into your flesh and blood, it automatically dispels, shatters all darkness of fear, all stiffness of the mind. That light gathers, spreading warmth in your chest, soothing the throbbing beats, the unprovoked palpitations of your heart. It drifts down to the abdomen, softening the knots of nervous tension accumulated over many months and years. The feeling of body gravity seems to be gradually disappearing. Your feet no longer feel the weight of shoes, nor are they pinned to the ground. You feel yourself taking off, a smooth, floating, suspending sensation amidst a space without weight, without pressure, without direction, and also without time limits. You are like an astronaut floating quietly in the vast universe, but incredibly safe because you are tethered by the cord of love. Or, more accurately, your body right now is as light as a tiny shooting star that just flashed across the sky, gliding smoothly, soundlessly in the soft embrace of the universe. Let go completely. Let go of all conscious control. Do not try to hold on to anything. All thoughts are now superfluous. The words in your head begin to crumble, break, turn into hazy strips of smoke and vanish. Everything inside you now is still and incredibly deep. A vast, quiet, and clean space has been established within your soul. You know for certain that you are embraced by a sacred love with no borders, an eternal love that never changes, never fades, regardless of the passing years, regardless of your successes or failures. Absolute rest has covered your entire being. Your breathing is now elongated, very deep, very slow. Every exhale is the body sinking deeper into relaxation. Every inhale is sinking deeper into the realm of stillness. You are drifting, drifting towards the sweetest dream. No more fear, no more conflict, only peace, stillness, emptiness, and so very, very smooth. After the soul has been satisfied, contentedly admiring the majesty of the starry sky, and after the spirit has been filled with a boundless, unconditional love of the Creator, you feel your eyes now have become incredibly heavy. The weight of relaxation, of a fulfilling long day, has dragged your eyelids down. You do not need to try to keep your eyes open for another second. You do not need to look, do not need to search, nor do you need to observe or be alert to anything. You slowly close your eyes, a very deep, very tight, very soft, and contented close. The eyelid joints relax completely. The moment your vision closes, the entire material world with its shapes, colors, and glaring lights is instantly cut off. The darkness outside space has now become one, seamlessly unified with the quiet, safe darkness inside your mind. Your brain, which inherently must consume a massive amount of energy to process millions of pixels, tens of thousands of visual information bits every second, is now completely freed from that heavy task. It gets to rest, and as the sense of sight completely shuts down, sinking into hibernation, then by a miraculous compensatory mechanism of nature, your sense of hearing begins to expand. Your ears become sharper, more delicate, thousands of times deeper to receive every most subtle vibration of the surrounding space. The entire garden of creation is now fully submerged in the soothing veil of the night. There is absolutely no glaring artificial light, absolutely no noisy, mechanical engine sounds of the human world echoing. There are no rushed car horns, no piercing telephone rings, no chaotic sounds of a city that never sleeps. But that quiet space absolutely does not mean absolute silence to the point of loneliness, death, or fear. On the contrary, the night is vibrating, resonating the most peaceful, purest rhythms of life. The universe is playing a symphony, and you are the only, most special listener enjoying it. Relax your ears. Slowly relax your whole soul. Loosen your focus to freely listen. You do not need to actively search for sounds. Just lie there, still, and let the sounds of the deep night find their way, comforting your ears. First, threading from the cracks of damp rocks, reaching up from the dew-soaked grass right around you, is an incredibly familiar, buzzing, and steady sound. That is the sound of night crickets. Listen very closely to their vibration. They are rubbing their fragile wings together. That action is not performed randomly, panically, or disorderly, but in a rhythmic, highly disciplined, and synchronized manner. The sound of crickets buzzes, stretching on endlessly. Thousands, tens of thousands of crickets chorus on one frequency, creating a solid, foundational sound layer, like a comforting drone note, lulling the entire vast night to sleep. That buzzing sound carries a strange hypnotic power. It repeats patiently, persistently, so steadily that it creates a special vibrational frequency in the air. When that frequency reaches your eardrums, it resonates with the brain. The brain waves vibrating at high frequency due to stress, beta waves, now begin to be stretched out by the soothing, steady sound of the crickets. Your brain waves automatically slow down, gradually shifting to deep relaxation, alpha waves, then slowly sinking into the dreamy state of the subconscious, theta waves. That sound does not bother you. It is massaging your neurons, synchronizing the beat inside you with the primal beat of the earth. Let that cricket sound drift into your mind. Imagine that buzzing sound like a gentle vibrational wave spreading from the ears, entering the cerebral cortex, massaging every memory area. It paralyzes tiring logical thoughts, deactivates the center of anxiety. The sound of crickets buzzing endlessly, stretching like a silk ribbon of sound wrapping around your head, bringing absolute emptiness to your forehead. Now, expand the hearing of your mind to reach a bit further, past the dew-wet grass patches, past the mossy rocks. Faintly echoing steadily from a quiet pond far away is the deep croaking of frogs calling to each other. Their sound echoes, resonant in the night, then slowly thins out, sinking into the quiet space. Their calls create an incredibly peaceful syncopation, a perfect accent for the background track of the crickets. The frogs are not in a hurry at all. They croak once, croak, then rest for a long beat, then another croak, croak, leisurely, slowly, like warm, deep drums accenting the music of the night. The space between those calls is the void of absolute silence. As you listen to the frog calls echoing from afar, you clearly feel the depth and vastness of the space. You feel the large, quiet, spatial distance separating you from all disturbances. Every sound that rings out is like a gentle reminder, reminding your soul that the life of nature is still continuing smoothly, orderly, even when the entire human world has closed its eyes and sunk into darkness. It reminds you that the earth is still spinning. All things still exist and multiply without needing your intervention, anxiety, or control. The world is safe. Everything is stable. You do not need to stay awake to guard the world at night. Your job is just to rest assured and sleep, ignoring all matters of the earthly realm. At the same time, blending into the symphony of the ground, a cool, gentle, invisible night breeze just softly glides over the giant canopies, the old oak and fig trees stretching their lush branches above your head. As the wind threads through, tens of thousands of sleeping leaves softly rub against each other, swaying smoothly to the rhythm of the wind. They create a sound, rustle, rustle. That rustling sound is so pleasant, so fragile, exactly like the sound of a gentle mother's soft hand quietly caressing, patting the tired back of a child fussing before sleep. It is also like a whisper, incredibly gentle, affectionate, aimed at soothing all insecurities, coaxing the good child to sink deep into a dream. The sound of the wind gliding through the leaves carries a special frequency band, the white noise of nature, capable of masking all disturbing background noise, washing away the last negative thoughts clinging to the mind. The rustling wind above, the buzzing crickets on the ground, the deep, echoing frogs from the distant pond. All those sounds do not cancel each other out, do not create a chaotic, noisy mix. Miraculously, they naturally blend together, weave into each other perfectly, strangely smoothly, creating the most soothing, primal, and magnificent lullaby of Mother Nature. Contemplate the greatness of this symphony. Here, there is no conductor standing waving a baton. There is no sheet music written in black and white. There is no musician who has to stress to practice. Yet, this rustic but wondrous symphony has a power to soothe the soul far greater than any sedative, greater than any most expensive symphony in the world. Why? Because the greatest conductor of this symphony is the Creator. He used nature itself, used the tiniest creations of his hands to sing you to sleep. This peaceful symphony is a priceless gift, a silent blessing that God tenderly, meticulously prepared to dedicate specifically to your weary soul tonight. While you were exhausted from the battles in the outside world, while you dropped all weapons, the Most High commanded His creation to play the music of peace to envelop your soul, keeping you from all nightmares. Just lie there, eyes tightly closed. Sink your body into the soft bed and let your mind completely drift. Dissolve into every steady rhythm of this lullaby. Take a final journey of profound relaxation by combining sound with every part of your body. When you listen to the crickets buzzing, imagine that sound is slowly threading into every muscle mass, every nerve in your head area. Wherever the sound reaches, the tension of the brain vanishes. Feel the top of your head completely relaxed, no longer feeling stifled. Your forehead is smooth, slick, without a single ripple of a frowning thought. Your eyes close softly, glued together by relaxation, no longer wanting to open, no longer capable of opening. Your jaw joint loosens, your lips part slightly to catch the cool air. All the heaviness of the head area has been swept into the earth by the sound of the crickets. When you listen to the rustling of the leaves swaying in the wind, feel the relaxation continue to flow down your neck, enveloping your shoulders. Your shoulders droop, heavy, sink very deep into the soft mattress. All burdens of responsibility have slipped off your shoulders. The peace continues to spread down your arms, caressing every muscle, passing through the elbows, softening the wrists, and finally exiting through every finger hanging loose without a bit of strength. Your hands open, surrendering all things. When you listen to the deep echoing sound, croak, croak, from the pond, let your chest deflate in the most relaxed, stillest way. The heart beats slower, matching the beat of the night's deep drum. Your abdomen rises and falls rhythmically with every breath, very slow, very deep. Breathe in life, breathe out rest. All internal organs inside the body are also suspending energy-consuming activities, entering a state of recovery, self-healing all damage. And finally, let the endless release of the entire symphony slide down your legs. It spreads across your thighs, bringing warmth that relaxes the large muscle groups. It sheds all aches in the knees, lubricating the joints. It drifts down the calves, down the ankles, and completely lets go at the 10 toes. The legs that have walked tiredly throughout a long day are now completely motionless, resting completely. Your body now is heavy, warm, and motionless in an incredibly pleasant way. You no longer want to move, even just a finger. You also no longer have the ability to move. You feel yourself gradually losing physical boundaries, dissolving into the space of the night, harmonizing with the peaceful and profound breath of the vast earth and sky. The heaviness of the physical body is inversely proportional to the weightlessness of the soul. Nature's lullaby continues to ring out, rustling, buzzing, steadily. It is like a gentle hypnosis, guiding your soul slowly down each step of the subconscious. With every step you take down, the light of consciousness dims a bit. The emptiness expands a bit. You are entering the deepest, quietest, most sacred place of the mind. No worldly entanglement can touch you here anymore. No more fear. No more anxiety. No more concept of space and time. Only the frequency of eternal peace remains. You are safe. You are at peace. You are drifting, unconsciously drifting, endlessly, drifting deep into a dreamy, soothing, and sweetest sleep. The comfort of the Creator is with you, fully embracing you in the symphony of the night. Sleep, little soul. Everything has sunk into rest. Now, as the rustic and magnificent symphony of the night is humming the softest, most distant notes, the entire garden of God's grace has completely sunk into the most silent, motionless, and peaceful sleep. There is no longer any disturbance, no matter how small or subtle, that can vibrate this space anymore. All things have stopped all searching, obediently shrinking back, swallowed up in the soft, dark, and cool embrace of the vast night. The universe is resting, and the earth is also sleeping, according to the exact perfect rhythm that the Creator established from the beginning. And so have you, O beloved, little child of His. The long, quiet journey in your mind across the garden of restoration tonight is fully and beautifully complete. You have walked on the dew-soaked grass. You have sown seeds of faith into the earth. You have been washed clean of all impurities by the stream of the Holy Spirit, and you have bravely let go of all heavy burdens to entrust them to the shadow of the Almighty's wings. All rituals of soul cleansing are done. All preparations for an eternal rest tonight are complete. It is time to completely, decisively shed every last consciousness of the surrounding space and flowing time. The concept of tomorrow no longer exists here. The concept of yesterday has also been erased. There is only one immense reality left. It is the present moment. The moment you are drifting suspended in the presence of unconditional love. Let your body sink deeper still. Sink very deep into the soft mattress firmly supporting your entire weight right now. Imagine the bed you are lying on is no longer an inanimate object created by humans. It is transformed into the giant, warm, and incredibly soft palm of the Creator. That palm is opening wide, gently, fully supporting your life, embracing your tired body. You are lying in the hands of God, an absolutely safe place where no force, no storm, and no enemy can reach or snatch you away. Feel the absolute relaxation. An unconditional surrender of the flesh slowly besieging, enveloping your entire body. That relaxation is no longer a conscious effort of will, but it has become a natural flow, spreading smoothly like a fragile silk ribbon sliding over your skin. That caressing, invisible, and pure wave of relaxation begins from the top of your head. It slowly pours down, spreading so smoothly, so slowly down your forehead. Your forehead is now completely smooth, relaxed to the maximum, no longer holding on to any wrinkles of anxiety, of frowning or calculating for survival. That wave continues to drift, passing over the quietly half-closed eyes. These eyes have worked so diligently all through a long day to take in so many images, so many colors, so much glaring light and the deceits of the earthly world. They are now allowed to rest completely. You do not need to look at anything else. Do not need to observe to evaluate. Do not need to be vigilant to defend or search for any way out. Everything is sufficient. All ways out lie in this surrender. Let your eyelids close tightly, very obediently, and let the soothing darkness comfort your eyeballs. That sacred relaxation continues to overflow, drifting like a soft night mist down your cheeks, melting the tense muscle bundles on your face, softening your jaw. Your lips part slightly naturally, leisurely catching the steady, slow, smooth breath moving in and out of your chest. The wave of peace slides down your neck, soothing your vocal cords. then affectionately envelops your shoulders. The place that once shouldered so much hardship, so much invisible pressure and heavy responsibilities of the long day, has now become as light as a cloud. All burdens have been stripped away, returning to your shoulders an absolute, empty serenity. Feel the flow of that endless peace continue to spread down both arms, caressing, loosening every muscle, every joint, passing through the wrists, and finally letting go entirely at your 10 fingertips. You do not need to hold a weapon to fight. Do not need to cling to things lost, nor do you need to cling to any fragile guarantee of the world. Your hands are now empty, at ease, turned upwards humbly to receive grace and the protection of heaven. The wave of comfort continues down along your spine, soothing away every ache, every pain accumulated in each vertebra. It envelops your chest, where your heart is beating with beats so soft, so peaceful, harmonizing rhythmically with the eternal heartbeat of the vast universe. It spreads down your abdomen, soothing the cramps of the nervous system, then slowly drifts down both thighs, floods over your knees, flows along your calves. It washes away the final remnants of fatigue in your marrow, paralyzing all physical pain, and finally escapes out through your toes, vanishing into nothingness. Your entire body right now is in the deepest, most perfect state of relaxation a human can achieve. Your body is as light as a weightless feather floating, suspended in an endless space. There is not a bit of stiffness left, not a single pressure point causing you discomfort. Gravity seems to no longer exist to pull you down. You sink deep, sink very deep, dissolving completely into the absolute stillness of the night. You no longer feel the physical boundaries of your body. You have become a part of this peaceful space. In this sacred, still space, securely sealed by grace, there is not a single thought left that needs resolving. There is no plan awaiting your approval, no anxiety about daily bread, or any calculating of loss and gain strong enough to weave in and touch your soul. The past is closed forever. Mistakes, no matter how great, have been scrubbed clean by the boundless forgiveness of His blood. The future has not yet arrived. It remains hidden in darkness, and it rests entirely in His control. Presently, in this very moment, only one thing exists: absolute rest in the arms of the Creator. That is a supernatural peace, complete and firm as a 1,000-year-old rock, a peace that the noisy world out there, with all its glamorous materialism, with all its wealth and fame, could never buy or gift to you. And no dark force, no perilous circumstance can snatch that peace from your soul. Your mind now is an impregnable fortress, guarded by the legion of stillness. Now, when all noises of the world have died down, open wide the deepest door of your heart. Clear away all final obstacles, so your soul may freely, obediently listen to the whisper full of love and affection of God. That whisper does not ring from the outside, but it is echoing so softly, so clearly from within your very unconscious, transcending all barriers of time and space, touching directly to your soul. Oh, my beloved child, close your eyes and rest. Do not be afraid, for I have redeemed you. I have summoned you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. And when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. Tonight, I have shouldered all heaviness for you. Every tear of yours falling in secret, I have dried. All your fatigue, exhaustion, I have understood thoroughly. All worries of tomorrow, the mountains you fear you cannot cross, all rest securely in the palm of my managing hand. My peace is now with you, covering you like a thick, warm blanket, sheltering you through every storm in your sleep tonight. Do not fear anything, for I am always awake to guard your sleep. I love you with an everlasting love. Take a deep breath in. Swallow that miraculous peace, that sweet promise whole. Let it fill every cell in your body. Let that whisper light a candle of warmth from deep within your soul, spreading a gentle light driving away all nightmares. And slowly, very slowly, breathe out the final, trivial entanglements and sorrows that remain. Sleep is coming. The footsteps of sleep are so slow, so gentle, so sweet. It arrives to envelop you, not as a loss of consciousness, but exactly like the vast, powerful, and incredibly warm embrace of the great Heavenly Father, affectionately, slowly gathering his little child into his arms to lull to sleep. You do not need to try to endure anything more. No need to try to please anyone. No need to prove your strength to anyone in this world. Just yield to this soft, natural flow. Surrender to the fatigue and let yourself slowly sink away, drift away, dissolve into the nothingness of the dream. Everything in your life, from the tiniest things bothering you to the grandest dreams you are pursuing, have all been cared for and arranged by God's hand in the most perfect, best possible way. All things will work together for your good. Tomorrow, when the radiant sun once again shines through the window, waking you from your slumber, it will be another new day filled with wonderful, fresh graces that He has carefully, meticulously prepared just for your journey. But for now, your only duty, your most sacred duty, is to sink into a very deep sleep, a sleep without tossing and turning, without anxious dreams. May the boundless grace, eternal everlasting love, and the peace of God that surpasses all understanding be always with you. May He be present to shelter you throughout this long night. Use His wings to protect your soul in every sweet dream, and faithfully walk with you on every path forevermore. Amen. Sleep well. Bury yourself so deep in His unconditional loving embrace. Sleepiness has drawn in, covering all thoughts. Peace, tranquility, serenity. Every burden has been lifted. Everything has been beautifully finished. Sleep well, beloved soul. Peace, peace. Sink deep, so very deep into an eternal, fulfilling sleep.